session for matter 9 of the examination. My name is Luke Fleming and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the Hampshire, Portsmouth, Southampton, New Forest National Park and South Downs National Park Minerals and Waste Plan, partial update, submission plan 2024. We'll call it the plan from here on in. Programme officer is here with me today. That's James Hume. Any queries about anything? First contact is James. You've all just met him now, if not before. I've produced some examination guidance notes. They're available on the website. Please have them to hand. Read them. They set out clearly what it is that I'm here to do as an inspector in examining the local plan. But I'll pick out a few points from them by way of an introduction to this session, because there's a lot of new people that I've not met before. So my role is to determine whether the plan is legally compliant and sound. As you know, the plan includes a number of allocations, some of which are subject to live planning applications. My role in assessing the local plan is not the same as determining an appeal under Section 78 of the Act. I'm not sort of dealing with a planning application in the same way that the councils would be. Both are obviously would be subject to more detailed technical evidence, particularly work that's needed through the environmental impact assessment regime or whatever it is sort of replaced with or updated to be in the future. So just bear that in mind as we go through. The starting point for any plan is that the council have submitted what it considers to be a sound plan, sound and legally compliant plan. That's the test when they choose to submit the plan. They say, this is our plan, it's sound, examine it. So the way the session will work really is it's a hearing session. I'll hear points from the participants and everything will generally get directed at the council to defend its plan. They've submitted it, they believe it's sound. So it might appear a little bit one-sided at times, and it might appear like criticism. It's not that, it's the way in which the hearing sessions must be conducted. So just bear that in mind as well. The council have already submitted a number of proposed modifications to the plan. Ultimately, going forwards, if there are a number of outcomes to the examination, I could find the plan unsound and incapable of being fixed, if you like, through main modifications, in which case I would need to recommend the plan is not adopted. The other outcome could well be that I could recommend that the plan is unsound but could be made sound through main modifications that I would be able to recommend to make the plan sound. In which case I would recommend that the plan is adopted subject to those recommended main modifications. So we'll need to talk about main modifications through this hearing session. But it's not preempting me making my overall judgment on the plan. I can't do that until I've had all the hearing sessions and heard all the evidence. So I hope that's helpful. So the session will be based upon my matters, issues and questions that I've issued, and we'll broadly use those as an agenda. You've all responded to those in your hearing statement. So that will form the agenda for the session. It won't be slavishly followed, and I'll depending on how it goes, and a lot of it depends on the personalities and how the discussion's going. I will facilitate, hopefully, a fairly free-flowing discussion, because that's more helpful to me to get the information you need. So if you want to raise a point at any point during the session, just literally stand your name plate on end, and I'll come to you accordingly. But it may be that as we get into it, we don't need to mess about too much with that if the discussion is flowing how I'd like it. So, but if you want to get in and I'm not coming to you, put your nameplate on end and I will come to you. Okay. I try and take people in order, but sometimes it's better for me to follow on from different points. So I might leave you waiting a little bit because I think that'll because a discussion is helpful to me in the way that it's unfolding. So don't hold that against me. The microphones, so mine can stay on all the time. It's lit up red when it's on. You need to turn yours on and off so other people are able to speak. It's really important that the microphones are on when you're speaking and you're close to them. It's quite good for picking it up, I think, in this room. But it's really important because the sessions, as you know, as you came in, there's a note on the door, are being live streamed and recorded. So bear that in mind as well as you go through. So they've got to be on to pick up the live stream. All right. If they're not on and somebody's talking, very rudely just shout out Mike if you spot that. Anyone. Just, we need them to work and we need to progressively move through this hearing efficiently. All right. So I don't think anyone's called Mike, so I don't think we'll be offended or distracted. So just literally shout it out and let's be efficient in how we conduct this hearing. Same at the back as well. If you spot that, just shout out. I'm not going to encourage you to shout out at the back because I'll get to what you're able to do in a moment. But if you see we're speaking and you can't hear us, just say so. It's important. It's really important. Okay, so all the participants in this session will be given adequate opportunity to speak. If I get to the end and you don't feel you've said what you need to say it and make it clear to me that I wanted to say something. And good morning. I've only done some basic announcements. You've not missed anything so far. So yeah, if you feel it's a hearing and you're here to exercise your right to be heard, and I need to hear what you've got to say. Okay. So it's very important that you make clear that you have said everything that you want to in it. Okay. It's only the people that are at the table that are allowed to speak. So if you're in the audience, the way that the regulations work, up until this point, you will have made representations, and the people that have registered for this session are allowed to participate in the hearing because they are exercising their right to be heard. Okay, so you might hear stuff around the room that you disagree with, but I can't let you participate in the session. Okay, and if you do try and participate for the purpose of informing of conducting the hearing in the correct way, I'll have to sort of ask you not to continue to speak. So that might seem a bit harsh, but that's how it is. This is not a public inquiry. It's a local plan hearing session. There are different rules. Okay. So there's a lot of you that will have a lot of views. So the session really, I'll be trying to tease out from people what they're views are on certain things, and I'll be getting, so there are those that are objecting, and I'll be getting those views out, and I'll be putting them back to the council to respond to a lot of the questions. There'll be a lot of back and forth. You won't get any clear conclusions on much from this session from me. I'm not able to do that here. I've got to look everything in the round. I'm really trying to gather the information I need to be able to examine the plan. Okay, so you probably might leave the room thinking that, well, we're no further forward. That's not the case. I will have gathered a lot more and learned a lot more about the plan from this session. Okay, so just bear that in mind. So only one participant will speak at a time. There'll be no interruption or cross-examination. It's not an inquiry. I will probably butt in and interject sometimes if you start when you speak. Push back on me if I'm affecting your flow, or there's a particular point that I'm directing you away from. But I'm trying to move it on to try and find out the information that I need. But I'm quite happy to have a dialogue. I'm not a dictator. I want to understand from you as much as I can about the issues you're here to speak on. Okay. All the evidence is on the examination website. I won't be accepting new documents uninvited. But it may be as we go through that I do request certain documents, and if do so, they'll be needed to send to the programme officer straight away. Okay. Just check, does anyone else want to say? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask the council now to just explain some housekeeping points. Yeah, is it Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Do you want to come and take your seat? Yeah, sorry. Yep. Okay. Right. So I'm going to ask the council to explain some housekeeping points. Pick up anything that I've not or blustered through about the mics that needs picking up on, or whatever you see fit, as you have done so far. Then I'm going to ask the council team that are sat at the table to introduce themselves. You'll see at the back of the room there's a number of other council officers. I think, is that right? I think they're all council officers. They may be called upon, but the council don't expect so, which is why they're sat there. If they do, they'll seamlessly come and sit in that little chair they can contribute accordingly, because it's a it's a big geographical area and there's a number of councils involved. So that's how that'll work. Okay. Do you want to give us some information on housekeeping then, please, and Mrs. Spriggs?
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of fire drills, we're not expecting any today. So if the alarm does go off, we need to vacate the room. Both these doors are fire exits, and we need to go through to reception, and our assembly point is outside the Great Hall. There'll be fire marshals that will help us cross the road, and we'll have to wait until we're given the all clear to come back in. Hopefully you will have seen the cafe as you came through in terms of facilities. In terms of the toilets, if you come out the door there to the right of the cafe, if anyone needs those. We've already mentioned we're being live streamed and recorded. That'll be available on the council's YouTube channel. And just a reminder to put phones on silent. But you've covered the microphone, so that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe start with the introductions. Do you want to start with you? Because I think I'll direct most questions through you, and you can sort of defer. But
thank you. Sorry, I should have done that as I started. Melissa Spriggs, I'm Strategic Planning Manager, and I've overseen the update of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. I'll pass to my colleague Gary at the top there.
Gary King, Project Manager Policy, based in Planning Policy section here at Hampshire County Council.
Nicola Waite, I'm the Transport Team Leader at Hampshire County Council.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Kirby-Hawkes. I'm the Head of Development Management and Flood and Water Management at the County Council.
I'm Megan Owen. I head up the ecology team on the planning side for Hampshire County Council.
I'm going to come round this side of the room now. Is that okay if I start with you, Mrs. Rowland?
Venetia Rowland, resident at Primrose Cottage, which abuts the Midgham Farm site.
Adrian Linham, I'm Director of Continued Plan representing Collard Group.
Hello, my name's Graham Tuck. I'm the Planning Policy Manager at Eastleigh Borough Council.
Yeah, good morning. It's Andrew Barton, planner at CEMEX. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm leading up on the Midgham Farm application.
Yeah, good morning. Mark Kelly, Head of Planning, CEMEX, here to support Andrew.
Good morning. Hilary Chittenden, East Dorset Environment Partnership, speaking about the Midgham application.
Good morning. Gina Logan, Councillor at Old Hope Parish Council, which is Dorset. Abuts Midgham.
Anna Wilson, Fordingbridge Town Council, about the Midgham Farm site.
Good morning, sir. Rob Westell, Estates and Planning Director for Raymond Brown, here representing an emission site known as the Triangle.
Good morning, Robert Story, Planning Manager for Raymond Brown Group.
Thank you everyone. Okay, so are there any questions based on what I just outlined at the start before we start working through the agenda? No? Okay. All right. So, as I said, we're going to use my matters, issues and questions for the agenda, but we won't necessarily need to labour on the detail of every point on them. And we'll inevitably stray from them into other matters that are relevant as we go through. But I'm satisfied they broadly cover what we need to speak about. So, turning to those, matter 9, site allocations and their selection. And the issue is whether the site allocations are justified, effective, consistent with national policy, and whether they would guide related development and aftercare in an unambiguous manner. So we've got to look at the 4 allocations in detail, and that flows from the agenda. But there are a number of general questions as well. Specifically on those, on my matters, issues and questions is question 1 and 2, which very much relate to how sites were selected for inclusion in the plan. So really today there's probably two parts. So first part really is to focus on site selection and the council's approach to how it's gone about sort of deciding on which sites ought to be included in the plan, which are questions 1 and 2. And then on my matters, issues and questions, you've then got 3, 4, 5 and 6. In looking at that site selection process, there may be points under questions 3, 4, 5 and 6 that are relevant to a particular points that you want to raise. I just ask that you bring them in, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around and I'm going to ask for, if you like, to hear from those that want to talk about the site selection process. I'm going to ask for your response to questions 1 and 2, and then we're going to put some of those points back and forth with the council. That's how it's going to work. I've got some questions, but I want to hear from those particularly that are concerned with emission sites without straying into the detailed merits of your emission sites. So we'll do that first, and then ultimately, after we've looked at the site selection process in sufficient detail, we'll be moving on to the specific details of each allocation. So the first one being Midgham Farm. Okay, so that's how it's gonna. That's how I hope it's gonna work. Okay. So turning to my agenda, then I'm going to come straight in, and I'm going to ask the council to give an opening overview of its response to questions 1 and 2, which is ultimately an explanation of its site selection process. Okay. In response to that, I'm probably going to be looking at, I think, Mr. Wessel to respond, and Mr. Linham. I'll bring you in straight away after that, and then we can get the discussion going. Okay. All right. Ms. Spriggs, then, please.
Thank you. In terms of the site proposal process that we went through in allocation, the document that sort of sets out the process that we undertook is the mineral. That's fine. Is the Minerals and Waste Site Proposal Study, which is document HA 53. The process that we went through set out in a flowchart in table 1 of that document, and that basically gives an overview of the process that we went through. So first of all, we obviously undertook a call for sites process. That was undertaken from the 6th of April 2021 to the 4th of June 2021. A copy of the letter that went out is set out in Appendix 2. That was open to all sorts of proposals, minerals and waste, and it set out what information we require as part of that. We also took into account the existing allocations that we had in the adopted plan that hadn't yet been brought forward. So that then resulted in our long list of sites. That long list was then distributed to all of our technical specialists within the council, who then undertook their own detailed assessments of those sites. So that resulted in, that included the strategic flood risk assessment, ecological assessment, heritage assessment, also went through sustainability appraisal, HRA processes, and lots of others, flooding, if I hadn't mentioned that one. So there's technical assessments were undertaken of each of those sites, and that information was brought together. We then took an initial kind of sieving of those sites to determine which of those that potentially could be delivered through the plan, and those were then featured in the draft plan, which went out for consultation. That was supported by an interim sustainability appraisal at that time as well, so that gave a flavour from what that was telling us, and was also supported by versions of the assessments that were taken. Following the draft plan, we then gathered the information we'd received, had further review of those sites, and then it was those gathering of the information and the determination of the information we've received that then helped us progress those sites that should be brought forward as allocations in the proposed submission plan. Those are then set out in Appendix A of the plan. They set out the proposals and a series of development considerations associated with each of those sites. And those were generally informed by the information that's coming out of the assessments, particularly the HRA and the sustainability appraisal. So that's just a quick summary of that.
Yeah, that's helpful to get going. Deliverability then. How was that? It's used quite a lot in the assessments. I've obviously read the essay. I've read the sites study that you've referred to. How was deliverability featured in the assessment? you know, you mentioned that you had regard to that some sites had allocations. You obviously had regard to some sites had applications for planning permission. How did that deliverability in that context feature in the assessment?
Yes, we touched a bit of this on our first day when we were talking about site assessment at that point. And deliverability was really about whether there's any overriding issues or a collective of overriding issues that we didn't think the site could come forward. And those judgments were based on the information that we'd gathered as part of the assessment. We also had detailed conversations with our development management colleagues who were either overseeing the planning applications or in some cases had application discussions with some of those operators. And so it was a judgment, and I think from the discussions we'd had earlier on in the week, I appreciate that the site proposal study gives a sort of summary of the outcomes of those discussions, but probably doesn't provide more of the sort of detail of the outcome of those discussions and the weighing up of the discussions that had taken place between some of the technical specialists. And I appreciate you've asked for additional note for some of that information, which we're happy to prepare, because obviously this document sort of talks us through the process. The main point of the site proposal study provides all that information, but we provided a summary of the outcomes of those discussions rather than kind of putting more detail to some of the outcomes and details of those discussions that drew us to those conclusions.
How did timing influence your assessment of deliverability? So you've obviously gone through various stages of plan preparation. Some sites may have had live planning applications or pre-application discussions. What is that documented in the evidence in terms of timing? So presumably at certain points in time, you've took a view on deliverability on the basis of the information you knew at that time. Is that right?
That's a fair point, and obviously we've gone through various stages and decisions being made. I don't think we've fairly communicated at what cut-off point we've had to give, because obviously in order to get to the next stage, we have to draw a line in terms of what information we have available to make a judgment in order to progress to the next stage of plan making. And I appreciate that where we had to draw a line in terms of new information, in order to inform decision making and going forward, I don't think that's necessarily been communicated as part of our process. So that obviously was a process and a consideration we had to take into account. But I don't think I think it's a fair point, that we haven't set that out as part of that process. But obviously, undertaking a plan, we have set stages. In order to reach certain stages, we need to make a decision to inform the sign off for the next stage. So yes, cut-offs and dates were dealt with within the team. They haven't been communicated in the site proposal study.
Like, this is a hearing, and I want to bring people in. I think that's enough to sort of set the scene, and I'm not going to, when I do hear from you, that's not going to be the last time I'm going to allow you to speak. But I think what I'd like to do is either bring in Mr. Linnan and Westall and give you a chance to air your concerns on it. Does anyone have a particular desire to go first? I suspect you both would like to go second. Yeah? Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to go over old ground really from what we spoke about on day 2, about sort of spatial distribution of future reserves and proximity to market, and the obvious transport implications and everything that goes with it, climate change, etc. That we did go through on day 2 in some detail. I think you, sir, on day 2 asked for a clarification note on site selection methodology, and we're just as unclear as to how one site has been chosen above another, and hopefully that note will bring some clarity to it. It is rather opaque as we sit here today. Our reason for being here is fairly obvious. We've put forward a site, it's not been allocated, and really 2 things: we're trying to understand why, and to see if we can create an argument for it. The triangle was previously allocated back in the late 90s. Nothing has changed with the site since in terms of its location or any other qualities associated with it. The reasons for the site not being taken forward are points of detail. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, the reasons for it not being allocated are stated to be points of detail around various ologies, if I can use that term. And there's no evidence at all that's been presented that any of those issues couldn't be mitigated. I'm going to repeat what I said originally, which is that we feel that this site is best served to, or best placed to serve the South Hampshire marketplace. And in fact, Minerals Proposal Study, Reg 18 version, August 2022, states the site is considered to be the best option for providing a local supply of sharp sand and gravel from this part of South Hampshire. That message seems to have been lost over the subsequent iterations of the plan until where we are today. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, and again, not repeating the more strategic points about location that we went through on the previous session, sticking to just detail in respect of the site assessment. Overall, I still don't understand personally why this site the Warren Heath site was rejected as undeliverable from the information in that document or from anything else that's presented in the evidence base. I can't follow through a chain of thought on it. In respect of the three reasons it was rejected for, landscape was one, and that was shown through the EIA to be possible to overcome. There's a live planning application which has reached Reg 25 stage, and there's no outstanding objection on landscape. Second reason was impact on the historic environment, and the main reason around that seemed to be Bramshill House, which appears from what's written in the assessment to be the blocker, but again the EIA process has shown that's possible to mitigate, and a historic ride that was thought to be there isn't there, which appears to be a significant issue. And then the third point is really the biodiversity ecology point, and the site assessment's quite limited in that it identifies what designations are there locally, but it only seems to have a sentence on ecology and that it's of moderate to high level of importance and supporting interest in respect to the SPA. So those were the three reasons it's been rejected for. The EIA on the ecology point again says the ecology issues can be overcome, and my understanding is that the EIA was with the planning authority at the time the assessment was made, but may not have been taken into account. So there may have been a breakdown in communication between the three parties involved that meant maybe the policy team were not aware of some of the information the DM team were, and I'm not clear from what's in here how much of the information from the EIA specifically was taken into account in the assessment done here. And then in respect to the timing point, again, it's ambiguous as to whether the assessment was frozen at the point this site assessment was done, or whether the Warren Heath site is still considered undeliverable based on the current information available, and if it is, why that still is. So in terms of the planning process, there's no outstanding objections. What we've got with ecology is requests for further information, and in particular shadow HRA. But on the face of it, it could be in a better position than a site like Purple Haze, which is in the same place, but has an actual objection from Natural England as opposed to a request for further information. So I think that's sort of a headline overview of perhaps where I think we're still unclear.
Okay. So I think it probably comes back to my original questions before I brought Mr. Wessel and Mr. Linham in. I've obviously read the essay. I've read the sites study. There are constraints in there that have been considered for sites. What do you say to the point of that I think both parties are suggesting is that there's evidence that at the time that ought to have been considered that hasn't been in the assessments?
Thank you. As I said in the note, I'm happy to put more detail against each of the decisions on those. In terms of the Triangle site, which is obviously being promoted, that did feature in the draft plan, and we sought further information on that site. And the tipping point came for that one in terms of our colleagues from our Highways Authority, in terms of access to that point and the implications of access and what that would potentially need, the significant impacts that would potentially have in terms of hedgerows and landscapes.
But how is that communicated in the assessments then? Just taking you to that particular point as an example. I've cut you off, I know.
No,
But
that's fine. I believe that comment is added in further later on in the plan about why that site was not taken forward. I have to remember which table it's in, but that was one of the reasons given for why that site wasn't taken forward. And I think that's why I was trying to make the point on the days when we were talking about this going forward, that at the time, it's in there somewhere in terms of a comment, that's where the information come from, and that's come from our technical specialists. And this is the point I was trying to say at the time, that we didn't have enough certainty on that one about why we haven't taken it forward as an allocation. And that's why there's a potential for the site to be reviewed by the applicant or site promoter to be able to find out a potential different scheme to be able to bring that site forward. But in terms of bringing it forward for an allocation, we didn't have the confidence that that site could be delivered on that basis. And that was the tipping point.
at that time.
At that time. And again, with the site Warren Heath that Mr. Linham's promoting, we didn't include it in the draft plan stage because, again, we considered that time that some of the issues that had been raised collectively made it too significant and that site couldn't be delivered. We didn't have a response from the
I don't want to, I've let this go a little bit because it's quite difficult, but I do not want to talk in detail about the merits of sites that aren't in this plan. I'm not examining those sites.
Yeah.
But I do want to understand, if you like, as examples of the constraints that have been picked up, how the council have sort of assessed them at any given time. So just...
Apologies. On that basis, as I say, we have had continued discussion with our development management colleagues all the way through. So we were aware an application had been submitted, but it wasn't validated. There was large missing information, which obviously won't go into the detail of that. So we didn't think it was fair to take that information into account. The information wasn't submitted us for consideration as part of the site allocation. So we did take a bit of a hard line with that one in terms of what had been submitted and for what purposes and what was missing. So again, it is a timing matter, and I do appreciate that. And as I say, I'm happy to communicate that in this note to say where decisions got to. As I mentioned, we've got planning applications on some of the allocations as well. Those have obviously progressed as we've gone through this process, and that's been informed through our discussions with development management colleagues as well. They have, in a sense, benefited from more detailed information about the issues that have arisen and whether they can be overcome. But it's quite difficult to then separate that off where we've got that information available to us. But as I say, the information on one of the applications that was submitted to us wasn't validated, and I don't think it was validated for over a year because of missing information. So we weren't prepared to take into account a planning application that hadn't been validated, and the information that had been submitted as part of that, the bits that were submitted for the planning application weren't submitted to us for consideration as part of the allocation process.
I'll come back to you in a moment. I'm just going to... the council's approach generally then, the methodology in the site study and the essay and how they interact. Those two particular studies. Is that something that has been done before? Is it different to what was done on the previous plan, or?
When we worked on the previous plan, we did have a lot more site options to take into consideration. And as I explained last week, that we didn't have enough reasonable options to be able to compare one site over another to serve a particular market area. We didn't have the option of having a preference over one site to another, because we've considered some of the sites not to be deliverable of the schemes that are being presented to us. So we did have greater options 15 years ago or greater than that when we were looking at the number of sites that were submitted to us then. So the sustainability appraisal that was undertaken then did give sort of further considerations about looking at the sites and what options we've got available to us, and could choose a sort of preferred option. This time around, we've obviously undertaken a sustainability appraisal, and rather than giving us an option to be able to sort of have a preferential order of selection of sites, as I say, we had very few options really available to us to consider. The information that's come out of the sustainability appraisal has kind of informed those decisions. It hasn't necessarily been a deciding factor, and that's what has helped us to consider what development considerations may or may not be needed in order to be picked up as part of a future planning application. We didn't consider them to be necessarily show-stopping factors that meant the site couldn't be delivered, but we wanted to make sure that they would be addressed as part of a planning application.
The number of representatives have raised a point that neither of the assessment include, if you like, a comprehensive sort of comparison. Is that fair? Why doesn't it?
We've got lists within the sustainability appraisal that show the sites as they were considered early on. I think there's an at-a-glance table. Apologies, I don't have the reference in front of me. I might pass to my colleague in a moment. I think we recognised that actually when the information had been updated, the final environmental statement actually only gave an at-a-glance consideration of the sites that were being taken forward. So we've taken that point that actually the at-a-glance of all 36 options that were considered that had some updates and changes as we'd adjusted the assessments that had been undertaken, that we didn't have then an updated full 36 assessment. And I think we agreed that obviously when we do an SA update, which we'll need to do as part of the next stage anyway of any modifications, we'll be happy to include that updated list with all the full considerations, so you can see how the sites compare amongst each other in terms of what impacts they may or may not have. But obviously that's not the full picture, if that makes sense, in terms of other issues that need to be taken into account.
Going into, if you like, the essay work to some degree. There are a number of comments about, if you like, how sites have been scored or labelled with the RAG system, red, amber, green system. You know, suggestions that sites ought to have scored a different score, a number of comments in the evidence about that. Have you considered those? And ultimately, having considered them, have you got a view as to whether it would have influenced the outcome of the assessment either way?
I'll pass to my colleague, Mr. King, if he's happy to pick up those.
Generally, people might want to pick up in detail, but generally, I'm just put that question
in terms
generally.
of Generally, yes. So when we've had consultation responses and people have given additional information that have suggested that a change may be required, each of those suggestions was reviewed and taken into account. In some cases, yes, we adjusted the RAG score or RAG rating, and also...
When did you do that? Would you say...
following each stage of the consultation,
right,
and the sustainability
so
appraisal...
you updated the essay upon submission, didn't you? Is that right?
Yes, so each stage that we've gone through, and we've had responses received associated with that, we've taken that into account, and I believe the sustainability appraisal sets out our response to those consultation responses. So sometimes that's included not just a different colour of scoring, but actually further considerations of criterion that need to be considered. And what we've tried to do throughout that process is trying to make it clearer, because it's not an easy process to follow, and for people to follow how our decisions have been made. So there's a very whole variety of criterion that we then look against, and then there's an overall net score or consideration, justification, I can't remember the term, is given, and there's an explanation on why that basis has been taken, and that's been updated as we've gone through the process. At each stage where we've received that information, generally that has been updated. As I say, I appreciate we haven't got a full overview picture of what that looks like for all 36 sites, but those sites that have been taken forward, that information is usually been taken into account.
Okay. So the last update, you'd got the Regulation 19 responses, which would have been read alongside the Regulation 19 version of the essay, and then you updated the essay again before you submitted the plan based on those Reg 19 reps. So that's the last step update, right? Okay. So then probably the only thing that you probably haven't updated the essay to reflect, and I'm not saying you need to, is the comments that people have made in their hearing statements. Is that right?
That's correct, but I'm not sure, and I might look to my colleague to know whether there's anything new in that information. I appreciate comments about noise improvement areas was picked up. I think that might be the only thing that I can't remember if we added that as a criterion or not, Gary. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Just trying to... Okay. All right. Do you want to come back in on any of those points, Mr. Linham, please?
Can I just basically give a summary then of my understanding with the situation in respect of sites? So as I understand it today from the other sessions we've had as well, new sites are needed, but it's hoped that this sort of shortfall in sites can be met up through unallocated sites coming forward through the process with information provided at the time. But all of the deliverable sites, in the planning authority's opinion, have been allocated. So I think that demonstrates a shortfall in provision, which makes the plan unsound. In respect of Warren Heath, it's been rejected as an undeliverable site, but the reasons it was rejected as undeliverable appear to be out of date and missing taking into account of information for whatever reason that is available now. So I think in order to make the plan sound, Warren Heath in particular needs to be looked at again, the relevant current information taken into account and it considered for reallocation to meet the identified need that we've got.
Do you want to build on that, Mr. Wessel, before I put that back to the council, or you don't have to?
Sorry, thank you. Not necessarily building on Mr. Lyman's point, but just going back to Mrs. Spriggs's missive. It just shows the opacity of what we're dealing with in terms of site selection. This is the first time today that we've heard that the tipping point for the triangle not being allocated is for reasons of access, highways reasons. And I'll quote from the Minerals and Waste site proposal study, October 23. A new access from either Gardeners Lane sorry, I'm on page 92, sir. A new access from either Gardeners Lane, preferred, or Ride-Down Lane will be required. However, it's also noted that HCC as the Highways Authority suggests a compromise solution to enable access directly onto the A3090 may be achievable, subject to a more detailed transport assessment to follow through the planning process. The transport assessment document H849, page 8, has a table of all of the sites, with a sort of transport related comment against each of them. New access from either Gardens Lane, although it's noted that the AHA responses is not supportive of this access, or Ride-Down Lane will be required, but access to the SRN, the A36, is only 2 miles from the site. Subject to this new access, no changes to the conditions along the existing corridors is therefore anticipated. In the 4 or 5 years of being engaged with this process, we haven't had any message at all that access to this site would be an issue. It now appears, as we've just heard, that that's the tipping point as to why this site's not been allocated. There's very little clarity to this at all.
As I said, I'm a lame person and a resident, and hearing what the two gentlemen said just here, it then calls into question with Midgham Farm, where there are issues around access, of the safety of pedestrians, cyclists and main traffic users, the HGV movements. This site has come forward when their sites were a little easier to sort out the issues. And there doesn't seem to be a consistency on how this has been approached. So, as I said, I'm a layperson, so I don't understand all of the technical details, but highways is a big issue on Midgham Farm, where the triangle was vetoed, but Midgham Farm stayed in. So it doesn't make sense to me, and probably for an awful lot of other people, why there is this different gauging of issues on different sites. It's my observation, mainly.
Do you want to come back on those points, please? Starting with what Mr. Linham raised, please, about. We're obviously going to get into the deliverability of those sites as we go through, but you heard the point from Mr. Linham about the gap.
Yeah, certainly. And you can leave your microphone on, I've been told. It's just us that we need to turn it on and off. In terms of...
I think it means the cameras are on me all the time, so...
It splits the screen.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Nobody wants to see that, I don't think.
Apologies. In terms of the fact we've now got an application for one of the sites, again, it's a timing issue, isn't it? We had to make a decision on what was coming forward in the plan. We have to have a cut-off point of the information available to us at the time in order to be able to progress. I appreciate that we've now got information through the application process. Whether that information will determine it's a deliverable site still or not is yet to be determined. Mr. Linham has already pointed out there's a large amount of information that's been requested in support of that application, so I don't think we're in any position yet to determine whether that is suitable or not. We're still in early stages, but I appreciate that some of the information I've seen would address some of the show-stopping criteria that had caused us to, not the sole one, but some of the issues I do appreciate have been resolved, but not all of them have. And so, as I say, I can't predetermine whether that site is suitable or not yet, and the timing of it was unfortunate in some sense. In terms of the information from the Triangle site, that information is in our statement from our highways authorities. That did come in after the draft plan stage, but as I say, that information was presented to us and was one of the deciding factors of why that site didn't take forward. As I say, I think the note that we can prepare in terms of adding more detail of some of the discussions and the determining factors, as I say, The site proposal study tries to give a summary of some of those issues, but doesn't provide the detail, and I think we can do that in the note that you're asking for. In terms of the Midgeon site, it's got suitable access onto the road. There's existing access point. That's been not flagged through the strategic transport assessment or an issue through our highways authorities in terms of that site having direct access issues. So that it's not a comparable point.
I'm going to bring Mr. Linham back in, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Tuck, if that's okay. And then I'll come to Councillor Logan after.
Can I just address the uncertainty point in that I'm not sure there's a level playing field, which I think has arisen as a result of some sites being allocated and some sites not. So the tests, none of the allocations, as I understand it, had an EIA at the time that showed they were deliverable, and that's not a test for a development plan to have EIA level of detail in support of sites that are proposed for allocations. So it's acknowledged that there will be gaps in information, and what you're doing is to make an assessment based on the information available to you, whether you think it's like to be deliverable on that basis. I think if a site has had an EIA undertaken on it, that gives you a huge amount of additional information of which to inform an in-principle decision, although it doesn't by any stretch give you enough information to grant planning permission. And from the answers I'm hearing from the council, it feels like they're saying they don't know whether they can grant planning permission for Warren Farm yet, based on the information through the development management process, which is a completely different issue from whether it's potentially deliverable to be allocated in a plan. And I think from the information submitted, the fact there's no objections, it's been through a full EIA, that's been submitted, and there are no objections, there's requests for further information. But if there's uncertainty, I would expect major stakeholders to be able to identify, no, this just isn't going to happen because of X, Y, or Z, and they haven't done that. And that alone, I think, is a very strong factor in its favour.
I'm going to ask you to just bear those points in mind, and I'm going to bring in Mr. Tuck as well. I think you might build on some of those points anyway.
Thank you. Yes, that's why I would like to come in. Thank you. I mean, we appreciate that the council has some difficult decisions to make here, and there is a lot of information which is gathered. But we kind of echo some of the points that have been made already. But so I should just say for the record, some East Bell Council are objecting to the Hamble Airfield allocation, which is included. Yeah, we'd like to echo a number of points which have already been made, but we feel that while there's a lot of information gathered on the individual sites, there's no real overall kind of bringing together of the comparative pros and cons of those sites. And so a further note on that will be certainly welcome, and we will want to look at that very closely to understand what the rationale is. Because it seems to us that based on the site proposal study in the essay which has been conducted, there are a number of areas where we actually agree with the assessment, and that assessment is showing that Hamble is either the worst or one of the worst sites. In other words, it's scoring red in the RAG assessment. And there are a number of areas also where we think they've underestimated the level of impact. I won't go through those in detail because they're all in the written statement, but just to draw out some of the key points by the SA's own assessment, Hamble, and I'm comparing with particularly the other 7 sites in southern Hampshire, because I consider there is a choice to be made here between different sites. Clearly, northern Hampshire sites are certainly a completely different market, so I've focused on how Hamble compares to the other 7 sites in southern Hampshire. On that basis, Hamble is the only site which scores red for relationship to an air quality management area. In terms of communities, although a number of the sites in terms of the overall assessment score negative, when you actually look at the detail, Hamble is the only one of those, or the only one of any of those sites, which scores red in 3 regards. The others either score red in 1 regard only or none at all. And that is because Hamble is the only site which scores red in terms of proximity to recreation and a particular concern around proximity to schools. There are actually 2 schools affected, and in addition the HGV route passes and shares the route to the secondary school. Whilst all sites are scored as red for residential, we believe that's underestimated the impact of Hamble because the criteria is based on distance to the nearest residential property, which in itself is fine, but it takes no account of the number of residential properties affected, and it seems to us that Hamble is the site which is closest to the most dwellings on account of being right next to quite a significant village. For other detail points, I won't go through all of them, but perhaps the other main one is transport, where the assessment itself, the council's assessments itself, show that Hamble is what the only site in the area, the only site in Southern Hampshire, only one of 2 across the whole of Hampshire, which scores as amber. All the others are green. There were some detail points where we think I may have underestimated the level of impact as well, but I think that overriding point is that it's one of the least well scoring sites of all of them. And there have been 2 of those important issues which have only been rescored at a late stage, and whilst we welcome the county picking up on points we've made, air quality has only been scored as red from submission stage onwards, as has the proximity to residential properties, I believe, as well. So, and it's not clear that that has led to a reconsideration, despite those being pretty major issues. Now, looking across the other indicators, and of course we're not here as a local planning authority to say which other sites should be chosen, but given the level of concern with Hamble, at the very least we'd want a very clear rationale as to why Hamble has been chosen over other sites, and it's not clear to us that it is the best site, looking across the range of indicators. So we're not clear why, given the level of impact the SA is already showing on a range of important issues, and when you look at it, we believe it's underestimated some of those impacts, why Hamble is one of the sites which has been selected. Thank you.
I'll bring you in a moment, Mr. Kelly. I'm going to bring in Councillor Logan first, but just before I do, I really want to focus. Probably will take us till the morning break, I think. You know, if it needs a bit longer, so be it. I really want to focus on the approach to selecting sites before getting into the detailed, if you like, development considerations for the proposed allocations. I accept there's overlap, but bear in mind we're going to have a detailed discussion on Hamble. So yeah, Councillor Logan, please.
Thank you. Well, it's more of a historical issue because the Midgham site was refused way back in 1992 on its application, when it was the officer's report of 1995. And then it wasn't included in the 2013 plan, nor in the subsequent 2018 review, as far as I understand it. And in view of all the issues that relate to that site, the question really is what's changed and how does their selection process show that all the obstacles that are there, you know, can be overcome and therefore the site be deliverable? Because personally, I don't consider it can be. There are, as you've already pointed out, looking at the site, there's going to be an awful lot of mitigation required, shown by the long length of development consideration. So, you know, I question why it was included.
Thank you. Just keep noting these points down because I'll be coming back to you. Mr. Kelly, please.
So I think you've answered the point. This debate is supposed to be about site methodology, and Mrs. Pearman is here this afternoon to talk in detail about the Hamble site, with all due respect.
Okay, can you try and respond to the points that you... Sorry, did you want to just follow up?
Yeah, sorry, sir. It was just a quick point on Gina Logan's comment there about the site and why. Obviously, we'll go into the details about deliverability, etc., in the session in question coming up. But yeah, it's just about the site. You know, obviously the mineral is still there. We accept. Obviously, there was an application made back in 1992, 33 years ago, recommended for refusal. But in terms of the mineral is still there. But things have changed in terms of need. Availability of alternatives, etc. So we can go into further detail in due course, but just to make that point. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to come back and respond to those points. One would like a response to all of them, but Councillor Logan's point there about previous refusals of planning permission, and it comes back to where I'd asked at the start. How would that have featured in your assessment, sort of historical sort of planning history of sites? You don't need to deal with that now, but just deal with all of the points, but I want to know the response to that.
So planning history has been looked at for each of these sites. Many of the sites that come forward to us are not new sites and have had applications on them previously. Ashley Manor Farm, a site that was permitted last year, had a previous refusal based on it. That has now recently got permission, but that's a revised scheme that was put forward. To the Triangle site itself had a previous refusal for planning application, but that was linked with the landfill I think they were proposing at that time. Obviously, that's not the scheme that Raymond Brown are bringing forward now, but obviously that had got history on it. Midgham Farm, again, is a site that has been considered. It was looked at in the 2013 plan, but that wasn't taken forward, but an extension to the Bleak Hill operation was included in the plan instead. So we do look at the reasons for refusal. Mr. Barton's correct that actually looking at the reasons for why it wasn't taken previously, there was other options available at the time. Need was a big factor in that decision, and obviously we're looking at a different time now. We can't look at what was considered in terms of need then in the same way we can now. We need to look at the need situation presently. So all of that has been taken into account. In terms of Mr. Tuck's comments about the sustainability appraisal and the scoring that's come out of that, I think that in some ways backs up the fact that we haven't used the sustainability appraisal necessarily to say what's definitely and what's not. It's informed some of that discussion, and some of those points that have come up for the sustainability appraisal has led to the need to include certain development considerations to pick up those points. And in terms of Mr. Limmon's point, I do get that we're talking about here about whether in principle this site can come forward or not, rather than sort of necessarily the detail. I appreciate that we're not talking about definitely all the details necessary for planning permission. I do get that, but it's whether in principle those issues can come forward. So I do appreciate that point.
So if a site has, it's got a history, you looked at the reasons for refusal, you would have looked at an inspector's decision on a site. And then taken a view in the round based upon all the information that was before you. Is that right?
Yes, so we did look at information. As I say, the Triangle site had been looked at previously, but as we know, that's a different scheme. There was particularly hydrological issues associated with that. But as I say, that was a landfill proposal at that time associated with the extraction, and obviously the inclusion of clay lining and things would have had an impact. So it was a different scheme, so we can't compare like for like from the outcomes of that inspector's decision. With Midgham site, that was withdrawn rather than actual refusal, but we did look at the documents that our colleagues had previously written up in terms of why they were looking to potentially refuse it, which is why the site was withdrawn. So all of that has been looked at, in case there was anything in there that we needed to be aware of. So yes, we have looked at those.
So you've got all this information. How, as you as sort of officers of the council, how have you then sort of what have you done with it? You looked with your technical specialist, but ultimately, is it right that you've just got to make a judgment on the basis of the information that you've got? Is that right?
That's correct. And I think that's probably, as I say, the more rounded background for that judgment that's been taken is probably not as clear as it could be in the site proposal study. There was an awful lot of discussions going on amongst multiple officers with the various details. And as I say, the site proposal study as it stands gives a summary of some of those key points, but I appreciate it doesn't go into the nuances and discussions that undertook many discussions on these sites over a course of time as information became available or not. So I think in terms of, as we were saying, in terms of the note you've requested, I think that information we can pull together because we've undertaken that process, and I think that will hopefully make it clearer in terms of what that judgment was based upon and where the planning balance lies.
And the timing of particular judgments as well, isn't it? That were the key judgments that you'd undertaken and when. So it's clear that what information you would have had and what you wouldn't at that time.
Absolutely. I think that's critical.
You obviously haven't seen this note or this information at the moment. So it's obviously can't comment on what it might say, but I said to you on day one, I just felt a little bit, well, yeah, I won't repeat what I said on day one and why I requested the note, and because I think it's obvious from the discussion that we've just had and what that note needs to do. You would obviously be confident that that note will support what the plan, how the plan is, wouldn't you? Is that obviously you would be confident because you say all those judgments were taken at the time between all the relevant parties, don't you? So
yes.
Okay. So what about this shortfall then? The gap, if you like, in capacity. You know, the idea that the plan should ultimately allocate what's required.
As I say, the adopted 2013 plan was in a similar situation where we allocated those that we thought we could, and there was a shortfall towards the back end of the plan period then. In terms of sites coming forward, the monitoring we've undertaken of the plan and deliverability of sites has demonstrated that actually policy, it's currently part 4 of policy 20, does allow suitable sites to come forward to help address any shortfall, and the evidence we've pulled together does demonstrate that unplanned opportunities in the right locations can come forward. So we understand we've got a shortfall at the moment.
So the plan's actually relying on that, isn't it?
In terms of the same, we're taking the same approach forward.
These windfalls, but obviously you take the point that those arguing for emission sites are saying, well, you had enough information to allocate them rather than rely on them as a windfall.
So I appreciate those points, and as I said last week as well, I think the schemes that were put forward to us as they stood, we didn't have the certainty to potentially to allocate on that basis. But there's not to say that potentially revised schemes could be brought forward that may be able to be found acceptable, but the information submitted to us on those schemes on those sites were not considered. We didn't have the certainty that we thought we could deliver them without significant impacts.
So on that basis, bearing in mind that plan is relying on windfalls, and we can talk about this briefly tomorrow, obviously I think unfair, correct, pushed back, but deliverability has been a big factor, hasn't it, obviously, and sort of where sites are in the planning process for deciding whether to allocate them, and your understanding of constraints, isn't it? Obviously, but I'm just thinking, does the plan sort of say enough about how it's going to monitor and respond to circumstances with the, you know, given the fact that it's going to rely on these, it relies on windfalls, and there's a risk potentially that the gap could well be bigger, isn't there, over the plan period. And just briefly, how's the plan? Might be worth just explaining how it's going to be reviewed in light of that, etc.
So we obviously undertake monitoring of the plan every year, and we also obviously undertake create a local aggregate assessment every year as well. We've already touched on this briefly under our minerals section about the fact that we've had to try and develop the plan to be flexible to respond to needs. We also will be monitoring it every year to see how sites coming forward in terms of what we need in terms of demand as well and how that plans out. Appendix C of the plan sets out our monitoring. From the discussions we've already had, we've already recognised that we might need to put some more detail in there about what's required, and appreciate we're picking up on the monitoring elements tomorrow afternoon, so happy to talk through that in a bit more detail. So yes, the plan does recognise we'll be monitoring those. We're also conscious that we will be doing a review in 5 years' time. We have recently started the process of going through approval of a local development scheme, and that has got a built-in potential early review, and it's a review, not necessarily an update, a review of the situation in 2 years' time in terms of whether demand has significantly changed or what's happening with the sites, with the conscious that we've got 2 live applications at the moment yet to be determined. So we are aware that we've got the sites coming forward, so that's being built in. As I say, that hasn't been taken into effect yet. We've gone through cabinet, but we've still got full council to go. So that will all come out, I was expecting tomorrow in more detail, but in recognising that yes, this isn't the final point of this plan.
Thank you. If I could just pick up on the point that Councillor Logan made, excuse me, and Mrs. Spriggs' comment that great reliance was placed on the SEA in identifying which sites were going to be taken forward. It actually justified the inclusion of this site by reference only to River Avon floodplain complex of habitats and ringwood forest, and didn't identify the ancient woodland or ancient species-rich hedgerows.
Sorry, do you want to just say which site? I know which site, I think, but if you want...
I beg your pardon, the Midgham site.
Yeah.
Didn't identify the ancient woodland or the ancient and species-rich hedgerows, the risks to which were the basis for Natural England's objection to the development of the site in 1995. Thank you.
So the sustainability appraisal looked at all sorts of factors and had lots of detail in, but it wasn't the only information available to us on the sites. We've obviously got an ecological statement undertaken by an ecological team that looked at the issues of each of these sites in detail. We've also got the habitat regulation assessment that's undertaken. So whilst the SEA was standard criteria on looking at different distances of certain environmental designations, that was set out in our scoping report and in our interim report, and where we've updated where we needed to. That wasn't the only information that was available to us to determine environmental impacts on sites.
Okay. I've requested the note. Is there any more points that anybody wants to raise on the council site selection process? Does anybody want to come back on any of the points that the council's responded to there on the council's site selection process? Does anyone want to reiterate any particular points that they made at the start? You know, just take the opportunity, it's a hearing. Mr. Wessel?
Thank you, sir. Just on the windfall point, we went through it on day 3, I think, last week, Wednesday, I think. Excuse me. And I think we established that there was something wrong with the maths in calculating what the The windfall provision was likely to be over the plan period at 250,000 tonnes a year, 19-year plan period, 4.75 million tonnes. Massive, massive number. To rely on us, industry, in investing hundreds of thousands of pounds in planning applications and years of our time trying to secure consent for an unallocated site. The plan is designed to do lots of things. One of those things is to give industry certainty about the principle of the prospect of a planning permission being granted, subject to all the environmental effects. I'm afraid the plan just doesn't do that. My business wouldn't invest £300,000 or £400,000 in making a planning application on an unallocated site with 3 to 5 years of my time invested in it. That's the real world. That's what this means. So just wanted to make that point. Thanks.
Do you want to follow up on that, Mr. Linham, or you said your piece? Yeah. Do you want to respond to Mr. Wessel?
I do appreciate that we need industry are looking for certainty about what's happening, but also communities want certainty about what's going to be delivered and can be delivered or not. Excuse me. And the plan does set out very clear requirements and sort of to enable decision making on sites that need to be able to come forward. So I think it does set that framework for decision making and allow suitable sites to come forward that meet the policies in the plan.
I suppose the plan is relying on windfalls to come forward, isn't it? Yeah, we've talked about the extent at which it's doing that. I think probably won't fully understand that until we've examined the sites in a bit more detail. But, you know, it is a significant amount that it's relying on through windfalls, isn't it? And the point that made that, you know, I think national policy is clear that where it can, plans should make the allocations for the reasons that Mr. Wessel articulated there. What do you say to that?
No, I appreciate that. We're looking for certainty, and as I say, based on the information put to us on some of these site proposals, we didn't have the certainty of that they could be delivered based on those schemes. We do have a shortfall, which is currently sort of forecast to be about 2036 of a 2040 plan. When it drops below our potential, our expected provision rate at the moment, we do over provide at the front end of the plan period based on the commencement dates that have been put to us by some of the sites that we're looking at the moment. As I say, slippage of that may mean that we do not have the shortfall as early as we think, or it may come earlier, and I think that's why it's going to come down to very careful monitoring and potential need for an early review if required, but we will be monitoring it carefully. But at this time, we don't have the certainty of those sites being able to be delivered.
You will review the plan. When did you say you were going to do that? And I know a review of the plan is not writing a new plan, it's reviewing whether the plan's working. When did you say you were going to do that?
So we've got triggers in the monitoring, the back end of the plan period, the back of the plan in Appendix C, which says we'll be looking at reviewing and the triggers that may come forward. Based on the current situation at the moment, we are putting in our local development scheme as a potential review within 2 years, whereas normally our triggers are a 3-year period when we can monitor that things aren't meeting the trends that we're thinking they will do.
And how long did it take you to prepare this plan from start to finish? Just bear in mind. Just roughly?
5 years.
5 years.
But under the new government proposals, that should be done in 30.
Right. We're not here to talk about any new government proposals. We're here to examine the plan against the existing government policies. But yeah. So when would you? So you do your review. You decide. In best case scenario, as the plan's written, you decide the plan. In best case scenario, for those that have got, that are got these emission sites, you then would do the work. So 7 years into the plan period, 7, 8 years before a new plan would be in place. New allocations.
It depends on what the focus of that update will be required. So yes, if it's the policies we're putting in place at the moment in terms of development management and everything else should be well placed to deal with that sort of thing. So if we may need to see what elements of the plan need to be updated and whether it's a partial review, and keep it focused on that partial review in terms of what bits may or may not need to be updated based on that. And of course, if required, there'd be a call for sites, and also we would have to take stock of what planning applications, how far they've progressed, their likelihood of delivery, which will obviously all engage discussions with our development management colleagues on the state of play.
Yeah. Well, I know it's totally hypothetical, and I'm just trying to gauge sort of how long these things take. You know, I'm not trying to gauge. I'm trying to just talk through it because I do understand. But okay, all right. I don't know what more how much further I can take this particular discussion without the information that I've requested. The opportunity for anyone to say any more points on the site selection process, and then I'm going to break, and then we'll come back and start to look at the details of Midgham Farm. Please.
Just a closing observation then, sir. Given the acknowledged reliance on windfall sites, even more reason to give significant weight to those sites that have been proposed as preferred sites, particularly sites where applicants have already made significant investment.
Thank you. Any more points on the site selection? No. The council? No. All right. Okay, it's probably as far as we can take it for now. I think we'll take a short break, and we'll come back at 11:20. Just bear in mind, I was instructed to tell them we're having a break. That's the sign. So just bear in mind that I think they're going to pause the recording, but there's and the cameras. But there's always a risk of you being seen and that not working, and talking or saying mean things about me or somebody else. So you might just be careful. We might be better off sort of getting a drink in the cafe or whatever. But just bear that in mind. Should be safe. The hearing session for matter 9. On my matters, issues and questions, we just dealt with site selection. We're now going to move on to look at the individual site allocations proposed for allocation in the plan. You'll see on my matters, issues and questions, and you've responded to, I think, questions 1 to 6. Before the allocations are listed. I think most of the responses to 3, 4, 5 and 6 that you've made can be weaved into an overall discussion about Mayan Farm, and any points that you particularly want to raise under it, or want to just hear them and get them out so we can get the council to respond to. So I don't propose to go over in detail question 3, 4, 5 and 6 in labour on them, but if you've made points on them, bring them in as we get into the discussion on the allocations, alright? Like I say, at the end of the discussion on each site, there'll be a chance for you to say anything or raise any points you don't feel you've had a chance to do so anyway, because that it's a hearing and I want to hear from you. Okay, so turning our attention to Midgham Farm, then you probably want the plan in front of you, and then we've got on page 76, which is, it's appendix A, is it? Yeah, it's appendix, and you've got all the sites in there, but we're going to be looking at page 176, Midgham Farm first, 17, and then it flows through to 178 where you've got the allocation map, and in there you've got what it's allocated for, and then ultimately the development considerations that we're probably going to need to spend some time on. Okay, I'm going to just I've got my specific questions in there under 7A and B. I'm going to ask the council to just introduce this site allocation and respond to my question 7 to get the discussion going, please. You might wish to highlight any proposed main modifications that you've put forward, because then I'm going to come back to the participants and they can bear them in mind as well. Okay?
I've got question 7 as Andover sidings question. Policy 19. I've got Midgham Farm starting at question 10. So just.
It's because my notes have chopped stuff around, so I'm sorry about
that. Okay. Obviously, we've talked about minerals last week and the need for additional sites to meet the demand that we've forecast over the plan period. So in response to the need for looking at new sites, because the allocations in the adopted plan that haven't come forward aren't sufficient to meet that need, and as we know, some of those aren't being taken forward. We did the call for sites, looked at those sites that have come forward. Midgham Farm was submitted to us from CEMEX. We did initial sieve of that and took it forward in the draft plan to gather further information. We did receive a number of responses in relation to this allocation, which included useful information. That was reviewed, and that can all be seen in our consultation statement documents and summary of the consultation where we responded to those. On the basis of the information that was contained in those and discussions with my technical colleagues, it was felt that there wasn't anything that was going to be an overriding factor that meant that site couldn't be taken forward. We are conscious we've obviously had further comments from Natural England and others, and we've responded to those in terms of making further changes to the development consideration. So we've obviously got those as set out in the proposed submission plan. But if you look at also proposed main modifications, MM19, you'll see that we are proposing some further amendments to those development considerations to pick up some of those particular points. So yeah, that's where we've got to in terms of the issues and those further proposed changes that we wish to include.
I think because this is the first allocation we're doing, our flow will be a bit clunky on this one, and I think we'll learn how we want to have this discussion as we go through, and things that we learn from this discussion might well feature in future ones as well. So just bear that in mind. So the council have put forward some proposed main modifications in a document that's on the website. Has everybody seen those? Yep. Yep, that's good. So everybody's nodding. We can get in the detail of those, so we're going to need to consider those. I think to save time, I'm going to bring people straight in and give you a chance to hear your views on this proposed allocation. Okay. And again, somebody's going to need to go first. Does anyone have a particular desire that wants to speak on this allocation to go first? Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
We had quite a number of issues with the consultation. There was a significant amount of objection, 963 objections, that seemed to be not mentioned in the meetings that councillors discussed. It just wasn't mentioned. And the very introduction to the meeting from the leader of the council was, "We are here today to push this forward."
Particularly concerned about that side of things. So as we go through, I'm going to hear from people that I want the council as a team to be noting down these points, and then I'm going to come back to you for a response, and we'll see where that takes us. Inevitably, I'll have some points as well, but it's a hearing, and I want to hear from you. Okay. Councillor Logan, do you want to come in next? Shall we just come back around this way, and then I can hear from everybody that wants to start and raise some points on this side?
Yes, I'm a little concerned that, initially, okay, we're here to put together this minerals plan, but in actual fact, Midgham has got a live application that is actually undergoing public consultation at the moment, and there's going to be an awful lot of, any predetermination issues, information backwards and forwards. It's not the best practice, I would have thought. I know, the plan's got to go ahead, but, it's not ideal, I would say, initially. I just wanted that on record, because I think it makes it difficult for everybody, actually. Yes, we have a whole raft of issues, which obviously we're putting forward re the planning application, but how do one's got to balance what one says here as to what one can put forward on the planning application. The two do overlap. So it's the traffic issues, it's the hydrology, which we are really concerned about, because it's not just the River Avon, it's all the ditches and brooks, etc., that actually flow down to it. And if you're digging great amounts of material out of the ground, and that is all happening below the water table, I mean, you've got paramount issues there, and they just manifold themselves as you go through the whole process of extraction and then infill. As I say, reams have been written on this and all the other issues.
I'm aware of that.
I thought you might have been. So yes, I'll leave it there for now.
Just wanted to say that it does put me in a very difficult position in that we have a planning meeting tonight and I will not be able to take part.
We have opposed this the inclusion of this site in our responses to the consultation. I would like to pick up on some of the modifications and also suggest that in the light of the planning application that has now come forward, which actually has been very helpful because it's highlighted additional problems with the site and its delivery that we hadn't considered. First of all, with MM19, paragraph 1 only seeks buffering and hasn't addressed hydrology. And we need to be certain that buffering is going to be enough to ensure no adverse impact. And if it would be wise to perhaps include criteria in that. The second paragraph of MM19 we suggest should include a reference to local nature recovery strategy. I know it's covered elsewhere in the plan, but I think it's important to introduce it here because of the need for connectivity of the woodlands in particular. The pre-application advice that the council gave asks if the cumulative impact of decades of disturbance from quarrying and ancillary activities is now acceptable. Everywhere that you go in the area, you hear, "Oh no, poor old Alderholt, not again." This should be included in planning considerations. Development considerations must include all impact on Alderholt Village and nearby properties. We're looking at a total of 22 years for this, from start to finish. We've repeatedly advised the council about the surface water flooding on the plateau in winter and provided photographs and references to Dorset Council's unsuccessful work to alleviate it at the junction of Hilbury Road and Ringwood Road. The hydrology reports identify the thick surface clay layer and pipe clay lenses, an average water table of 2.2 metres, and a fluctuation of 1 to 3 metres in groundwater level. And this is why we've got the problem with surface and groundwater flooding in winter. But the potential impact of disrupting hydraulic continuity on the stability of land supported by the road or on neighbouring properties hasn't been addressed, nor has any potential impact on Hilbury Wood. The land is currently cultivated, and as we discussed last week, restoration really ought to start right from the start. Here we suggest it should begin on the day that cultivation stops, with measures put in place across the site to prevent further soil erosion from bare ground, which is how it's going to be left for a long time if we're not careful. You know, grass seeding, silt capture, whatever, but please let's do that. The third bullet point of MM19 refers to small ponds possibly being acceptable. They are going to take up if this planning application were to go ahead, they would take up a very large proportion of the site. Maintenance is going to be essential because they would be close to where trees are being planted, so they will fill up with leaves in the winter. And we've also got on top of that a very large freshwater pond and silt lagoons that would exist throughout the extraction phase. Because of the sensitive nature of the area, I would be grateful if the council consider excluding the use of silt flocculants. The open water areas for holding water for most of the 15-year extraction period could not be much closer to homes in Alderholt. I've not yet found in the application documents what the area of these would be, but the freshwater pond and lagoon A appear to be more than 10 hectares in total. That is huge, and to have that right on your doorstep. If this approach is going to be essential, we suggest that mosquito control measures should be added to development considerations. It's essential to ensure no increased risk from nuisance mosquitoes, and we've got 36 species in this country, or from those species which are starting to be found in the UK that are responsible for the transmission of dengue fever, chikungunya, and Zika virus. Risk must be assessed for the duration of the project, taking the impact of climate change into account. It will be the local authority's responsibility to take proactive steps to reduce nuisance mosquito populations and to alleviate the future impact of mosquito-borne diseases and nuisance on their communities. We've got cross-boundary issues here because the population involved is mostly going to be in Dorset, and presumably it would be the environmental health officer from both Dorset and New Forest District Council that would need to be involved. The applicants have suggested that the majority of phases would be restored close to original ground levels, but this depends on importing inert waste. Should development considerations also specify tolerances for finished ground level? In the council matter statement, you've said that there should not be a problem, but CEMEX don't seem to agree with that. Clearly the availability and composition of inert material can't be quantified. The application says it is likely to be more cohesive and have a lower hydraulic conductivity, the material removed, hence the need for so many suds ponds. If there's a shortage, we need certainty that any infill will not be reliant on digging up other poor quality mineral from nearby sites and causing further ecological damage. And just a final point, if I may, it would be helpful to consider including in development considerations the outcomes that would be expected when monitoring groundwater levels. What would trigger any remediation and what form that remediation might take? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take you, anybody else that have got objections first, and then I think I'll come back to the council to respond, and then I think probably yourselves. It's the council's plan, so they've got to defend it really. But I'm not, I'm not cutting you off, but that's the order of things I like to do. Ms. Rowland, please.
As I'm a resident that's severely impacted by this development, I'm concerned where the development considerations, they talk about buffering for Alderholt, but they make no reference to buffering for the cottages that are within the site, and also us on the border of the site. There's a number of residential cottages within the site. I do take issue around the transport because Hampshire County Council back in March 2021 said of the roads as a single carriageway, rural roads with no footpaths and cycleways, there is limited scope for active travel. This was also highlighted in the comments on the Old Holt Meadows appeal, and the road has been identified as not suitable for HGVs to travel backwards and forwards. You're also looking at the policy, as I brought up the other day, around carbon neutral. With the HGV movements, that isn't going to be achieved, and it's residents who are going to reap the issues around that. The connectivity of the site down to the Avon River and the Dorset Heaths and the Heathlands, etc., has basically been what I consider severely overlooked because of the ecological issues that it brings up. Through an ecological survey that we undertook, we identified that it would degrade many of the on-site habitats. We have a number of hedgerows that are qualified under the UK Biodiversity Action Plan hedgerow habitat. We also have a number of listed species on our land, which are on Natural England's priority habitat inventory. We're also looking at the changes with Midgham Farm, which has been identified as a neutral farmland. It's one of the biggest in the country. I think for us as residents, the hydrology is a massive issue because we have land that has TPOs, we have a well and ditch systems and springs that go down to the Avon River through a woodland, Eastmoor Copse, and the impact around that. Other issues that we have is the dust, noise and lighting management plan that needs to come forward, and monitoring. We're very concerned about the monitoring side of things because where do we raise our issues to? I'm fortunate that I'm a member of the Mineral Liaison panel for Hammer Warren and Bleak Hill, and issues that are raised are not reported correctly, as with the planning consent, and they're not identified by Hampshire County Council as complaints when they're brought up in the mineral panel. So again, very concerned around that. The implications of what happens to the quality of our land and the hydrology issues around that, because it's mainly gravel. We only have the potential civil action around that. There's no, Hampshire County Council have basically gone, we're not interested in residents, we're only interested in bringing this forward as a gravel extraction site. In the 1995, where it was recommended for a refusal, the officer was very clear in terms of the impact on amenity and well-being of residents in that area. That doesn't change. The conservation levels have gone up rather than gone down. The need, Hampshire have overestimated on numerous occasions, and as I said around in the meeting last week, that enough is not being done around recycled aggregates. That's actually gone down from Hampshire's figures. The archaeology issues, there's already a report on the planning application from the officer around what needs to be done there. We're very concerned around the rights of way. Rights of way in the Hammer Warren and Bleak Hill site have been changed, that users don't have the priority around health and safety issues, which has been a complaint the whole time. This site has a number of footpaths that are going to be diverted or changed through the implementation of a permissive footpath. A permissive footpath is not something that stays there forever and a day. After the works have been done and the land returns to either a new owner or the person who sold it in the first place, that permissive path can be closed, and we could lose the right of way for people. Because of the lack of footpaths in the area, the lack of pavements in the area, sometimes the footpaths are the only routes into Fordingbridge and the connectivity between Fordingbridge and Alderholt. Flood risk assessments, the climate change issues are vast, and flooding in that area is becoming more prevalent. With the Harbridge area, the roads are closed. If there wasn't for the Harbridge Drove Hilbury Road, there would be no route into Ringwood from that area because it floods down at Harbridge and Ibsley. I could go on forever, and I'd probably bore you rigid, but these are real concerns. But again, residents have not been listened to by Hampshire County Council. There was 962 objections to this site at Regulation 18. Those informed but weren't taken any notice of, in our view. People were very confused about the whole process. They thought once they'd actually commented on this site in the Hampshire plan, that that was that. They didn't realise that you have to do it again and again. So I believe that the 962 objections haven't been listened to. This site is not deliverable because of the various issues and the implications around noise, right of way, amenity of local residents, the landscaping, protected habitats and species, loss of agricultural land, which in this economic climate is really important to the government, whether we like it or not. Flood risk, the restoration is, again, picking up on one of the points. The restoration isn't a valid restoration because it's almost a third of the site is going to be put over to large body of waters. Now, whether they're small, what's being considered small ponds in isolation, but you can't take them in isolation. These are very large bodies of water, which the Hampshire plan said that they would not consider. The traffic, the cumulative impacts in the area with Blashford, with Ashley Manor, with Hammer Warren, Bleak Hill, the area has suffered and residents have suffered over 40 plus years. And it doesn't seem in the interests of residents that this site should then go forward again. That's I might chip in later.
Okay, gets the discussion going. You're not limited by what you've said. We can come back, but okay. So I'm going to ask the council to respond. I'm going to say, I'm not. Quite a few points were made about the consultation process, but I talked about the consultation process at a fair bit of length on day one of the hearings. As I say, as I go through, I can't make any firm judgments on whether the council's approach has been sound and legally compliant. Sat here now, I've got to take everything away in the round. But I don't feel the council sort of need to labour on those points because a lot of them were aired on Monday. But I'm not dismissing what I've heard here today about the consultation and people being able to engage with it. But what I am obviously very interested in this session is the constraints that have been sort of identified, and whether in the council's views there are reasons or not to demonstrate that this site can or could not be delivered. So with that in mind, can I ask you to respond to as many of those points that you've just heard as you can?
Thank you. I've tried to take as many notes as I can to try and cover everything off. Yes, we are aware, and as you say, we did discuss the number of responses that received at Reg 18, which were helpful, and we looked at all of those, and they raised issues that we have looked at and sought to address through the development considerations. Decisions were taken at each stage on the plan. There were opportunities for people to make representations at that time. They were listened to as well. So the plan was taken forward to allow people to have the option to be consulted and make their comments. Yes, we now have, as of December the 23rd last year, a live application, but that's relatively recent, and we are in that situation. We can't change that now. They are two different processes, so we have to look at the allocation now, but I'm conscious that lots of the comments that have been raised are specific to the planning application. I've got my colleague here from Development Management. Obviously, we've got the operator as well, so I'm not quite sure how you want to deal with those specifics to do with the planning application. However, in terms of the issues that have been raised, we do have a number of development considerations linking with transport. On page 177 particularly, we talk about the need for a new priority junction, the fact that a transport assessment is going to be required, a routing agreement is going to be required. We are proposing under MM19 to make some further amendments to that. The comment was made last week about recognising that the access goes into Dorset. We are liaising with Dorset already and have been throughout the process, but in recognition of that, we are proposing to recognise that in the development consideration. So a new priority junction will be required onto Hilbury Road in liaison with Dorset Council, that recognising the fact that that needs to be undertaken and is being undertaken. A transport assessment is required, that was already set out, but we are making it clear that what needs to be considered, and that should be to assess the suitability of the route, the cumulative traffic impacts, which is a comment that was raised, taking into account committed developments which impact the route. That's in recognition that further applications may come forward. There's already mentioned about the one for housing that was considered, but obviously has been refused. And the fact that a routing agreement may be required, and obviously routing to the strategic road network. There's some duplication and issues in there, so we've made some corrections to that one, but there are a number of considerations on traffic. I've got my colleague here if there's any specific questions on those. In terms of the buffering, we obviously already make reference to the requirement for hydrological assessment, that's the third bullet down, and impacts on national site network sites, Ramsars and triple SIs. I appreciate that it doesn't specify hydrological impacts on the woodland, and that may be something that I can go to my colleague to check whether that would be helpful. It doesn't mean that wouldn't necessarily happen because we've got all the policies and these are just sort of specifics. There's a comment about making reference to the local nature recovery strategy, which we touched on last week as well. That's still emerging, and once it's in place, it's very much got to be taken into account once we know it is, once it's there and we know what it's saying. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation now that's not going to be probably in place until the end of the year. So we think we've got sufficient hooks earlier in the plan set. It needs to be taken into account. We refer to it under restoration, everything else like that, but whether we can make specific reference to it in the development considerations, I'm not quite sure whether
We've got enhanced ecological networks.
Well, it's sort of in there. We don't specifically say LNRS, but that's sort of implied through that detail. Thank you, Megan. Cumulative impacts are picked up, as I mentioned. The transport particularly is in there, as I mentioned, is a development consideration. We obviously have policy 11 in the plan, which also seeks to look at cumulative impacts. It also looks to the requirement for health impact assessment. I have to say, would have to look at all the elements of that, but I wonder whether the reference to risk of mosquitoes is the sort of thing that should be picked up in a health impact assessment associated with that. Rest of the details that we're looking about, start of cultivation or restoration, I think those are sort of details that might need to come through the planning application and negotiation. Those are very specific, depending on what was being proposed. So we do set a lot of detail here about what would be required in considerations, but I feel there's quite a lot of detail, and I welcome potentially some views of the operator on that. Cross-boundary, we have tried to weave in throughout the plan and in some of these development considerations, recognition that this is on the Hampshire-Dorset border, so that is reiterated throughout. I'm sure my colleague can comment about whether environmental health officers on the Hampshire-Dorset side would both be included. Restoration to ground levels and inert materials. This is a challenging one because at the point of an application, usually an operator will then say where they think that inert material could come from. But because we're over a long period of time, where they're sourcing, where they suggest the source of that material may come from, that may change depending on projects and demand market. So it's always a tricky one to be able to pin down, and I appreciate that. We know some sites have been delayed in certain locations because of availability of material, but that's quite often a point in time. And I don't know if we particularly feel there's an ongoing trend throughout Hampshire that that's a problem. I don't think we've got the evidence. It may be particular sites at particular times, as I say. I may get my colleague to pick up on the enforcement of remediation of conditions and that sort of thing, but we do make it absolutely clear in the plan that once you've got conditions in place, they would be monitored and enforced. Ms Rowland has picked up about the fact that we have a liaison panel for Hamer Warren, which is an existing site currently be operated. That's been working effectively, getting all parties to discuss. I'm sorry to hear that you feel that your issues aren't being raised, and that's something, it's not for this plan, but I'm sure my colleagues will take away and seek to address if you feel like you're not being heard. But that's the sort of thing we would expect, would encourage as part of a future application. You're right, the 1995 plan considered need, but also commented on amenity and wellbeing in the area. That was looking at the circumstances and the context at that time, what sites are operational, what was being picked up. So that has been looked at, but we have to look at a proposal on its merits at this time and what's going on in the context in which it sits. HGVs were looked at, and the suitability of the routes. More detailed comments, if you want them, my colleague can pick up. Carbon neutral elements and climate change, as we've already mentioned, we've got a policy 2 in the plan which requires all proposals to have a climate change assessment. Part of that would looking at reducing emissions, and that also looks to cover the transport to a site. We've got connectivity to the Avon. Obviously, we've got specific considerations here about hydrological impacts and protection of the River Avon. We've consulted with the Environment Agency and Natural England. We have got some further development considerations in relation to some of the comments we've had from those, and you'll see in MM19 where we'd already flagged up impacts on potential River Avon. They've asked that we make sure we flag up that obviously the River Avon flows into Christchurch Harbour, SSI. So we have liaised carefully with statutory consultees. They no longer have any soundness issues with this proposal because we've dealt with all of those issues that have been raised. We do recognise the site is farmland. The site is best, that's in one of our development considerations. We make it clear that soil handling and management is required. And we've already talked about the details being brought forward on policy 9, which is our protection of soils policy, which has got a lot more detail about how we'd expect that to be handled. Covered hydrology, archaeology. Yes, this is one of the issues that came up quite early on that was potentially a red flag. My colleague who looked at the archaeological impacts did say there was potential for significant impact, but because of the scale of the site, he predicted that potentially you may have a reduction of the potential yield. But due to the size of this site, that would still make it quite a large and viable site. Since that initial comment has been made, the operator has liaised directly with our county archaeologist who's been on site and looked at those, and he feels now more comfortable with that situation, is happy that development considerations we have in place address that issue, and so doesn't raise any significant concerns on that. Rights of way, and the diversions that have been taking place, we have got a development consideration specifically on the protection enhancements of rights of way. We've obviously liaised with our county rights of way team who have given us specific comments on that as well. And I understand there's some details from the planning application, but again, I won't draw on those, but we have recognised there could be impacts and those need to be addressed. It's difficult. I understand you're saying there's criticisms of the Hamer Warren site, but we're looking at Midgham Farm, and the plan can pick that up, but it's looking at Midgham Farm, and we can't address concerns of an existing site that's got conditions and is being monitored and can be enforced separately. So I hear what you're saying about Hamer Warren, but we are saying that it needs to be addressed through Midgham Farm. There's a specific requirement for a flood risk assessment, so that's already been set out by my colleagues that's gone through strategic flood risk assessment. They said a specific flood risk assessment needs to be assessed, and that will take into consideration the wider area. So it will look at obviously the site, but issues around it, which is likely obviously to pick up Alder Holt as well. And the last point I'd got was cumulative impact of traffic, but I think I picked that up in my first initial comment saying that we are proposing an amendment which makes specific, and that already picks up cumulative impacts. I think that was...
All right, we're obviously going to give you a chance to come back on all that. Okay, just so the total mineral resource is identified in the policy, isn't it? There, sorry, in the on page 176. Yeah, that. So that's what the plan's expecting this site could provide. There's a planning application on the table. What's the relationship there? I suppose, you know, it does. It talked about it being potentially preemptive, and obviously, communities clearly going to face great difficulty engaging with the two processes, and that's the planning system, I'm afraid. And you know, I understand that though. I suppose the point that council's response to would be helpful to me. You know, if that planning application is proved not acceptable and ultimately refused by the council, where does it leave the plan?
It's similar to what we've got in other circumstances where we've had live planning applications on the allocations. If the current application that's been submitted goes to Reg Committee and is refused, we'd need to look very carefully at what the reasons for refusal were. So I can't predetermine the outcome on what those reasons, if it's refused, may be. But I think it's something we need to be careful of.
The difference between what the plan is planning for that site to provide versus the scheme that's been brought forward, what's the difference? I suppose what I'm getting at is, in the council's view, you know, with the plan, is there scope for alternative schemes to be brought forward? It seems an obvious question, but I think it's one that we need to.
Yes, so this is setting out a framework for decision making on schemes coming forward. So we have a scheme that has been submitted as a planning application, which does align in terms of the quantity of yield that we're proposing in the plan to help meet that. Obviously, we make it clear, because the plan runs up to 2040, a certain proportion of that would be met within the plan period, and some of that would go beyond 2040. So we've got a framework for decision making on that. We've got a scheme that's been submitted which aligns with the potential yield. In terms of its detail of how it meets the development considerations, I'm not sure if I couldn't give a comment on that, seeing as it's only been submitted on December the 23rd. So I don't have a full view of how much of the development considerations have been met, but these will be informing that decision. And my colleagues that will be looking at that planning application will look very carefully at the development considerations and that application.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just trying to tease out the point that there's got to be a distinction between what the council is able to plan for in its minerals plan, and then what the industry responds to through planning applications. We've just got, but I understand that that's very difficult for communities to grapple with. Roland.
Sorry, unless it's just changed, of the NFPP, there's paragraph 217, which states, ensure there are no unacceptable adverse impacts on the natural and historic environment, human health or aviation safety, and to take into account the cumulative effect of multiple impacts from individual sites and or a number of sites in a locality. Midgham Farm actually fits within that, and therefore is not a relevant site to bring forward because it impacts people. There's too much extraction in the local area, and it can't be seen in isolation. And I fear that Hampshire County Council have seen this site in isolation rather than looking at it as part of an overall plan, an overall impact in the area.
How have you dealt with cumulative impact then? Obviously there's a quarry down the road.
So a number of our assessments have to look at cumulative impact. So it's a requirement of the sustainability appraisal and the HRA. It's been picked up as part of the transport issues as well to look at. We do obviously consider cumulative impacts. The site in question is an extension of the works that are currently taking place at the Hamer Warren site that's already been mentioned. So in terms of cumulative impact, we've had to look very carefully about how that site relates to existing sites in the area. And as far as I understand and what we're proposing and how we've looked at this, that the extraction at Hamer Warren will cease before Midgham Farm extraction would take place. So all of that information is fed into the cumulative impacts.
Does the plan adequately capture the context for these sites? So we've got the development considerations, and in there it talks about obviously it gives a reason as to why certain things are a consideration, but I asked earlier, well, last week, didn't I, about these sites being identified on the key diagram in the first instance. So that's one thing that you're doing to recognise where they are and how they fit with the strategy. But the points that people have mentioned about cross-boundary sort of management and ensuring that you know, almost, well, there's two things here, isn't there? So any developer bringing forward a proposal is going to need to make a fairly a hugely detailed assessment of the context that this site is in through its environmental statement and or other evidence. We know that, but people reading this plan and seeing this big area of land identified in their locality might not have the same level of experience that everybody has of looking at plans. Does the plan say enough about the context for some of these sites in the council's view? Is it covered?
Obviously, we've got the inset maps, which show the immediate locations of operation facilities. They're the ones shown in blue. Obviously, the proposals, the policies map will have a wider context on those, and that'll be interactive once it goes live, so that'll be available for people to see. We've got on figure 5 an overall map showing existing facilities, and I take Ms Linham's comment on that in terms of where you can geographical markers in order to be able to use figure 5 more easily. But again, so that kind of shows the distribution of what facilities we've got in a particular area. But I appreciate in terms of each of the specific allocations, we don't kind of provide a sort of verbal context.
Is the fact that this development is close to the border a development consideration? Should it be?
We do make reference to Dorset within the development considerations, and that's kind of weaved in whether it's required. I wouldn't be averse to making that point if people would feel that was helpful in terms of making the recognition that it's on the border to Dorset. We make specific reference to obviously Old Holt Village. We're making a requirement that obviously we need to really liaise directly with Dorset Council. I wouldn't be averse to putting that as a development consideration in recognition of the nature of this site. It would apply to another one as well, obviously.
And I'm just thinking, so, assuming the site's allocated and then it's long-term management and restoration, presumably there'll be, I'm not assessing the application, but presumably the developer will be putting forward various proposals about engagement. I'm just wondering if I think the developers would try to do it anyway because it's in their interest, but I'm wondering if the fact that they should do it, engage with all the right communities, engaging with both councils, and have regard to the fact that if any groups are set up involving officers from councils or need to plug into engagement of those sorts of groups that are going to manage restoration cross-boundary, that sort of thing should be recognised as a development consideration when they are so close to the border.
as I say, we've tried to weave throughout the plan, recognising where we've got close relations with our Dorset colleagues, particularly for a number of issues, most notably to do with environmental impacts. As I say, I think that may be a helpful addition, just to bring all of those further points into the in relation.
I'm not saying definitely at the moment. I want, you know, but it's a point that's come into my mind. Let's bring some more people back in who's heard what you've just said. I'll hear from CMEX now, and then I'll come back to you other participants after.
Sir, I'll defer to my colleague Mr. Barton with the detailed response. But however, I'd just like to make one observation again. It's this point about the number of representations. I don't need to teach you to suck eggs, but this isn't a numbers game. Each site selection is based on planning merits, based on an environmental assessment.
Yeah, thanks very much, sir. I'm probably not quite as efficient as Miss Briggs in terms of scrolling notes down, but I'll go through my points that I made as other people spoke. But just on that latter point, just whilst it's fresh in my mind about engagement, obviously it was mentioned before that there is the Hamer Warren liaison panel meeting, which meets every 3 months, and we would envisage, you know, something very similar continuing for Midgham. Should
and
that
officers of both councils are on that panel, are they?
They are, yeah, they are represented across the board, and we did discuss, if Midgham were to be approved, what the makeup of that liaison panel needs to be to reflect the fact that, you know, that Midgham is in a different location, and it's given sort of due cognizance to its proximity to Alderholt in Dorset, which we've not got a problem with at all. So that was just on that engagement point. A sort of ally to that, I guess, in terms of preparing our application. You won't be surprised to learn that, you know, we undertook quite extensive community consultation. We did a community consultation event in Fordingbridge in Hampshire, but we were obviously mindful of the fact that a lot of the potential impacts from the development would be on Alderholt, so we undertook a second community consultation event in Alderholt as well. So they were sort of back to back. So hopefully we've captured through that process, you know, some of the thoughts and feelings from members of the community, alongside a sort of an online consultation as well. So if I could just go back through my points, if that's okay. Obviously, yeah, we obviously concur with the council's position in terms of this site being, you know, sustainable, deliverable, acceptable in sort of environmental terms. You know, we've got landowner support. We obviously promoted it back in 2021, but we've had, you know, long-standing interest in this site for, you know, going back years. Obviously, the mineral is still there. Minerals can only be worked where they're found. And, you know, back in 2013, you know, the situation was different in terms of needs and alternatives. The position we now find ourselves in, we've got our existing operation at Hamer Warren. There's about 3 years left of reserves left at that particular site, and therefore Midgham is extremely important to us in terms of our sort of future aspirations to continue working the mineral in that area. So that's the sort of first point. Yeah, it's a natural follow-on from Hamer. Obviously, it's been mentioned with the application is in, so as part of that, we've submitted full EIA with the application. As you'd expect, full suite of technical reports that go along with that, including, you know, hydrology, ecology, a lot of the points that have been mentioned. I'm sort of mindful I don't want to sort of delve into some of the detail on those right here, but obviously I'll come back on any particular points if you consider that to be necessary. There was a point about obviously the length of time of the development. This is a phased development. Obviously, when you look at it on a plan, it's 88 hectares or thereabouts. But, you know, the footprint of the development is going to be limited in terms of the phased, you know, the phased elements of the development. So, whilst we're moving through the extraction, at the soonest opportunity, we'll bring in the infill element to that part of the development as well. So that the infill will follow on from the extraction as we move around the site. But, you know, essentially the site is split right down the middle by a sort of very narrow lane called Loma Lane, Our intention would be to work the western side of Loma Lane first, and then the eastern side, but we wouldn't be on the eastern side until at least year 8. So that's just to sort of emphasise the phased element of the development. Obviously, allied to that is the restoration side of things as well. We spent a lot of time looking at the existing land use, which is predominantly agricultural. There is some BMV, it's not all BMV, best and most versatile. There is around about just over 50% 3A, which is classified as BMV. The rest is 3B, which is not BMV. But obviously, in designing our restoration scheme, we've looked at trying to reinstate as much of that BMV as possible, but balancing that up against the requirements of biodiversity net gain. So it's always a balancing act when we're looking at restoration schemes across all of our sites, but we feel that we've struck the right balance in terms of reinstating as much agricultural land as we feel we can, but also delivering important biodiversity net gain across the site overall. So there was mention about safeguarding as well, I think, sir, in your questions about proximity to Bournemouth Airport. Our scheme does include some areas of open water. They would be ephemeral water, so they move up and down through the seasons. They are an important sort of component, I guess, in terms of our scheme, in terms of sort of a hydrological function, but also ecological function as well. In terms of the proximity to Bournemouth Airport, the application includes a specific bird strike assessment report that looks at that in detail. As I said, I don't want to sort of stray into the detail of that, but just in terms of distances, the actual safeguarding distance is 13 kilometres. Our site sits right on the edge of that, so there's probably about 5% of the site that sits within the safeguarding area. Depending on where you draw your line from, that 30, if you draw it from the edge of the runway, we're outside of the safeguarding zone. Whereas if you draw it from the edge of the sort of a mass of the airport, if you like, we're just in it. On a precautionary basis, we took the decision to undertake a bird strike assessment, so that's included with the application, and that ties in obviously with justifying the restoration scheme that we've put forward. Now, transport. Obviously, we recognise transport as one of the key issues with the application. Prior to submitting the application, we did undertake fairly extensive consultation both with Hampshire Highways and with Dorset in recognition of the fact that our access will be onto part of the highway that sits within Dorset. So, we were keen to get comments back from both authorities prior to submitting, and those have obviously been helped us in terms of formulating our proposals. On ecology, again, going back to the point about the EIA encompasses a full suite of technical reports. We did a preliminary ecological impact assessment followed up by a suite of phase 2s, and again, part of that is the biodiversity net gain and making sure we deliver significant biodiversity and net gain on this site. We've got, I think, around about 63%, which is obviously well above the 10% statutory target that's now been imposed. Hedgerows, we are trying to keep as many of those hedgerows in as possible. In fact, the vast majority will stay in place. Where they've been removed, we are compensating, putting in additional species-rich hedgerows across the site, and that delivers, in our calculations, a 22% increase in terms of linear BNG measurements. So again, that's detailed in the ecological element of the ES. So there was mention about need as well. I think obviously there's been discussions about that prior, last week and at certain days during the course of the meetings. It's worth saying, I think nationally, if you look at the sort of research the Mineral Products Association has done, looking at the comparison between sales and replenishment, the the quantity of replenishment is not matching sales. So I think there's a long-term sustainability issue there in terms of moving forward, particularly when you build in elements in terms of the government's growth agenda, etc. So It's just making that point. I think that's particularly keen in the southeast region as well. I think it's up down at 33% replenishment, so that is a key element in terms of that need argument. We just mentioned about footpaths as well. Obviously, again, we're very mindful of the fact there's 3 footpaths that impact on the site. We would propose what we consider to be reasonable diversions at the appropriate time. Obviously, with Loma Lane, east side of Loma Lane, we wouldn't be in there until at least year 8, so there'd be no diversions at all until the appropriate time. Those we put in would we try and minimise the time and put them on routes which we think are acceptable. Obviously, that's to be decided and discussed with the council in due course. But we've got the additional permissive path that we proposed, linking Loma Lane with sort of a recreational area at Drove End, excuse me, Drove End Forest, which we feel would allow additional opportunities for people to either walk, cycle, horse ride, because horse riding is also it's particularly important in this area, and just creating that important linkage between the existing footpath network and just augmenting that. Cumulative impacts. Obviously, we've got our site at Hamer, but as Ms. Spriggs pointed out, we are not going to be extracting in 2 places at once. We've got an established market, but the intention would be that Midgham will be a follow-on site, so we wouldn't be extracting simultaneously at both sites. That, again, in terms of transport impacts, that's detailed in the transport assessment. If there is any overlap at all, it would be where we've got any residual infilling to be undertaken at Bleak Hill 3 or Hamer Warren, which may be sort of happen at the same time as the start of the extraction of Midgham. But again, that's detailed in the transport assessment with the application. I mentioned about the community consultation with both Dorset and Hampshire. Archaeological update. We did have provided the council as part of the application, obviously a full sort of archaeological chapter on archaeology, which includes a full geophysical survey that was carried out across the site. And on the back of conversations we had with the county archaeologists, we've undertaken further targeted trail trenching in the sort of hotspot area, if you want to call it that, in the southwest corner of the site. So that report's been finalised, and we're going to be sort of having further discussions with the county archaeologists on that. So that is sort of work in progress, if you will. But yeah, we are sort of again aware of that as mentioned in the development constraints, and are recognising that and reacting to it. So
is that potentially going to impact on the capacity that the site could deliver?
We don't believe so, but that does bring me on to another point about the total tonnage that we estimate we'd be able to extract from the site, which is slightly lower than the 4.18, I think, that's listed in the site. Our application estimates we'd be able to bring out about 3.6 million tonnes over the course of that sort of 15-year extraction period. So there is a slight reduction there. That's mainly to do with the fact we've, in terms of if you're looking at, there's been mention about the 3.6 versus the 4.18. I think it's 4.18. It may have been mentioned in the plan. And again, I think that 4.18 may have been may relate to the original 1992 application that was made 33 years ago, which covered a broader area. It encompassed further areas to the north and to the northeast and northwest, I think. We've cut that area down, and we've also introduced more significant buffers to the likes of Alderholt and also to the ancient woodland, which lies to the east of the site. So we've got a 50-metre buffer to the red line, but then we've got a further 20 metres at least to our intended extraction marker, if you like. So yeah, that's I think they were the main points I wanted to make. So on that, but again, if there's any other comments specifically about the application, I'm more than happy to come back on that.
Well, I think let's just see how the discussion goes. I want to bring people back in, Mate. I'm really keen to sort of hear everything from you. Councillor Wilson, please.
hydrology testing, when is that intended to take place? You did mention that you needed to do more hydrology testing.
Yeah, just save that point, and we'll come back and I'll just pick up.
Bit worried about
together.
the infill as well. In
Yeah,
that all our building sites in Fordingbridge are all on green sites. So, are we suggesting we're going to replace gravel with clay?
Okay.
And I sort of object to the council's mention of Midgham being an extension of Hamer Warren, because it's not. It's a different place. That's it.
All right. Mrs. Chittenden, please. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, great. No,
Sorry, I didn't
Councillor Logan first.
I didn't turn my
yeah.
name tag up. Yes, back in the Regulation 18 consultation, Dorset Council promulgated the suggestion that could they not look at a conveyor because of the close proximity, literally, of Bleak Hill across the road to the Midgham site. And looking through the plan, I mean, paragraph 5.44 and policy 13 both suggest that in order to reduce carbon footprint and noise and vibration and pollution, etc., and HGV movements greatly, at least for the extraction phase, that, you know, a conveyor should be considered. So I'm asking whether that can be added as a further bullet point to the development considerations. Because at least we wouldn't have the HGVs arriving at the site in order to then take the gravel away. We would only have them arriving at the site in order to do the infill. And also it would make financial sense to use the extraction plant and all the facilities that they have been using at Hamer Warren Bleak Hill, rather than construct a whole new set of equipment and gear, etc., at Midgham. So, you know, it just seems common sense to me that would be at least part way of mitigating against some of the adverse impacts that we're going to get in Alderholt and the surrounding residences and the users of the footpaths and the equestrians, etc. Cyclists as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Chittenden, please.
Thank you. Both CEMEX and Council have commented on cumulative impact, but that's concurrent. I repeat what I asked originally about the pre-application advice that the Council has given for cumulative impact of decades of disturbance from quarrying and ancillary activities to be considered. Is that acceptable? 22 years for this, and I think Mrs. Rowland said 46, 48 years it's been going on. And just to underline a further point, we keep hearing about mineral need, but please, please don't let this override other policies and legislation. If we're now looking at windfall sites as well, that should not be a reason for allowing this one to go through.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the council on some of those points, particularly about the development considerations and whether certain things have been appropriately dealt with or should be. So you heard points about the idea of utilising existing plant maximising the opportunities associated with the relationship with the existing quarry. You've heard concerns about where the fill material is going to come from. We talked about that last week, didn't we? The availability of that stream, and then we. Yeah, so those points particularly, and that I'm interested in.
In terms of, first of all, I want to pick up the application yield point, and apologies that hadn't been flagged up to me in terms of the difference. The 3 million tonnes is needed during the plan period, so at least that covers that. It's the beyond point which is not being addressed. In terms of the hydrological testing, we've obviously flagged up it needs to be undertaken, but that will be part of a planning application in terms of what they're doing and when now the operator to kind of pick up. We have talked about infill material, and as I say, under policy 9 particularly, we've got quite a bit more detail now in terms of managing and protection of soils. That would probably need to deal with specifically the planning application and construction management plan of where this material is going to come from, controls of what material comes in and the details of that. I don't necessarily. We talk about soil handling and management as required in one of the development considerations already. I appreciate that's to do with best and most versatile, but I think that applies throughout. So that hook is already there. And as I mentioned, I think the difficulty with in terms of material and availability of it is a tricky one, and obviously as part of an application they would demonstrate that at the time. But equally have to recognise that markets and availability does changes, but in terms of what would go in and what the makeup of that and whether that's clay or whatever would have to be detailed as part of the planning application. There was also comments about the use of conveyors. You'll note there's already a development consideration in terms of the use of a conveyor, which I believe is going under Loma Lane. Over, or it's being dealt with proposed.
The avoidance of doubt, there's a conveyor that we're proposing over Loma Lane, but it won't go over Loma Lane. We originally considered that it would be over land, but we looked at the landscape impacts of that and decided that we would put in an underground conveyor to link or to enable the bringing of material from the east side of Loma Lane into across to the west side of Loma Lane, where the proposed processing plant is. That's where we want to establish the processing plant. I think the comment that Councillor Logan was making was a slightly separate point about a conveyor from the southwest corner of the site across to our existing site at Hamer. That was something that we have given consideration to. However, we had to discount it on two grounds. One, because there's about 3 third-party landowners between there and where we would need to be, and we wouldn't be able to. We did look at trying to secure agreement with those landowners, and we just weren't able to do that. The second point is that the plant at Hamer is probably reaching the end of its useful life, so therefore there's a limitation there in us being able to carry on using that that plant for the longer term. So sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Rowland, please.
So just to pick up on a couple of things, timescales. We talk about 20 years, but Hampshire County Council in their plan have said that timescales will shift depending on the need and extraction rates. So again, going back to the need conversation, which is if those timescales, there isn't the need for it, the operator will not take gravel, sand, minerals out of the ground, which means it extends the amount of time that residents have to put up with the site and extensions of planning permission, etc., go on. So the timescales within the plan are not set, they're variable, and that doesn't give residents and the impact on residents any solace at all. Just to pick up on the regulatory committee and the liaison panel, resident members of the liaison panel have no way of taking anything to the regulatory committee when there's an impasse in a mineral liaison panel, and that should be changed if this site was going to go forward. On the CEMEX point about consultation, initially they were only going to do Fording Bridge. It was through the mineral panel that we actually said that Alderholt was affected more, and therefore they should be consulted on this, and that was when Alderholt was put into the mix. A couple of other things. I would just like to say, this is not my words, it's CEMEX's. The proposed development are not a wholly uncharacteristic element in the landscape, but will create an adverse effect for a long-term duration overall. Again, this is not taking into consideration what this means to people who live in the area and the impact on a long term. So if it was to go over the 20 years, as I said previously, a lot of people who now live there would be dead by the time this extraction finishes. And we're taken, the impact is not taken into consideration around the development considerations that Hampshire have put forward. So the residential impact and the timescales, I think, is something that really do need to be addressed around the inclusion of Midgham Farm, because we've had this extraction for such a long time. If you were to look at a map that had the extraction sites that have been in the local area, they're not shown within the plan, you would see how much has been undertaken in this area for decades. It's not just 20 years, it's plus. And I think that's if you look at the NFPP, hope it hasn't changed, paragraph 18, it states preventing new and existing development from contributing to, being put in unacceptable risk from, or being adversely affected by unacceptable levels of soil, air, water, or noise pollution, or land instability. We don't know from climate change now, from the changes of soil, etc., whether this is actually going to be environmentally the right thing for us. That's a big picture, but for us living next door to it, with a third of the site on our border being water bodies, we don't know what effect that's going to have on our land and our property.
Thank you. I mean, there was mention of the pre-app advice that came from my colleagues to the operator, which talked about cumulative impact, and that means that they would need to address that as part of the planning application. I'm afraid I don't know the details of how that has been addressed or whether it's been addressed suitably. There is a need for a balance of considerations, and I appreciate we do recognise that timescales can shift. Sometimes that's to do with commencement of dates. And excuse me, about extensions of time, and that's something we can't excuse me, forecast at this point, and some of that is to do with kind of national economies, whether we've got another recession coming forward or whether we may get the boom we keep being told about, excuse me. In terms of the details, in terms of reference for the committees, liaison panels, we encourage them in terms of details. I might pass to my colleagues to talk about it quickly. Sorry.
I'm going to save the voice. Thank you. Yeah, I've purposely held off getting involved to this point just because I don't want to convolute the application and the plan process. But as you've already heard this morning, liaison panels are something that the regulatory committee take very seriously. And in the event that my voice is going now. And in the event that planning permission were to be granted here, there would be a requirement on the operator to set that up. And obviously you've heard from CEMEX themselves about how those operate. I'm just going to pick up on another point actually whilst I'm here, if that's okay, about monitoring, which has come up a little bit earlier on as well. The council's got a very clearly set out monitoring enforcement plan for how we monitor, actively, proactively monitor our quarry sites and our waste sites. And we've got a team of officers that go out and proactively monitor them. So looking at the conditions, looking at the legal agreements associated with the permissions. And so those are reported back via the liaison panel, where there is one in existence, and they're also reported to the regulatory committee on a regular basis. I'll probably leave it there unless you've got any other further questions on those aspects.
The details of that monitoring regime in the plan?
I believe we've got reference to that under policy 1 and making reference that we do have monitoring enforcement will take place.
Maybe save it for save that issue for tomorrow. Is it? No, not tomorrow. For is it tomorrow?
Yeah,
not tomorrow. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, because I think it'd be a recurring theme as we go through. I think people, you know, the planning system is required to work in a certain way. We have to expect that it works. We have to expect that the other regulatory regimes that are in place as well for this type of development are gonna work. For it to work, it does require people to be sort of monitoring things as best they can. It's a huge part of it. So I think we can talk about that tomorrow in a bit more detail. And I think some of the concerns that are picked up, you know, it might not necessarily be things that the plan is able to address, but it's almost the performance of the systems. And I think monitoring is a big part of that we will, I think, to bear in mind, and we can talk about that tomorrow. So I want to we talked about a lot of the issues in the round, and I've learned a bit more. Obviously, I'll be reading everything again before I reach any deliberations, but the statutory agencies, in terms of we've consulted them on the plan, so Natural England and the Environment Agency particularly, and this site, in terms of the plan, not the planning application, because as we know, planning applications can go through and they can be amended in different ways. But on the basis of the plan, the statutory agencies got any outstanding objections to this site, identifying any show-stopping considerations?
No, at Regulation 19, Natural England didn't object. They raised some concerns, and as we've made clear in our position statement and duty to cooperate statement, we engaged with them further in liaison with them, and in discussion with those, we have proposed some further main modifications, as you can see in MM19, that dealt with their concerns, and they're now content with this allocation, so they have no objection.
And how do the development considerations specifically relate to the HRA and any addendums that you've done?
So, as mentioned at the opening section of Appendix 1...
The HRA is the Habitats Regulations Assessment. I think you all know that, but people watching online might not, so apologies.
I appreciate that. In the opening section of Appendix A, Site Allocations, paragraph 5, highlights the fact that development cannot be permitted with negatively impact the integrity of European protected sites, and those that have been highlighted that need to be addressed to address those impacts, have been flagged up by an asterisk. So you'll note particularly bullets of the development considerations, the first 2, 3, some of them further down in relation to restoration, reference the River Avon. So you'll see in our main modifications, I've missed those off, so I'll add that one in. No, they have been included. So those are particularly in relation to HRA, and that's what's coming through that process. We had earlier discussions when we talked about the HRA that it was agreed it'd be helpful if paragraph 5 of Appendix A was more explicit with specific reference to the HRA. So that's something we'll pick up through modifications.
Yeah. And those main modifications, does anybody want to say anything about the main modifications that the council's proposed to this site? Does anybody take issue with any of the wording? I know what's not going to happen here is we're not going to reach agreements on things with the council, and they're not going to agree. You're not going to agree that this site is suddenly acceptable to you, and I take that. Did you have any points to make on the main modifications that the council has proposed there? Anybody objecting to the screen? Yeah.
Sorry. I did cover the points that I felt should be included in main modifications when I was talking before. So if I could ask you to look at what I said and see which of those can be included, please.
Well, these are the council's proposed main modifications, and if unless the council is proposing any more, these are the ones that they think that they need for me to consider. So, is that?
Sorry, apologies. A lot of the issues that have been covered up are set out in existing development considerations. I appreciate there might be specific nuances that people want to see in there, but they are covering on the whole the hydrological, the flood risk, the transport assessment. They are all there and very broad, and it should be remembered that these, whilst they're development considerations, all the other policies within the plan will need to be taken into consideration for an application to come forward. So I feel that I do appreciate, in terms of the Regulation 19 correspondence, we've responded to those as part of the hearing statements. We had further suggestions, but we feel that things are suitably addressed by the existing development considerations and with the detail that will be required as part of the plan, the policies within the plan.
Okay. So again, main modifications, they're for me to recommend. So because you've proposed them in your statements, I'll be reading your statements all again, and I'll be reviewing main modifications in the round again, because ultimately they would, if the plan does reach that stage, they would be appended to my report and they would be mine. So can't necessarily definitively decide upon them now, because I need to think about them in light of what I've heard and what I'm going to read again. What I would say on the basis of the ones that the council's proposed so far, I think in response particularly to the statutory agencies, I think that there would be good soundness reasons that I could support those ones for this site, unless anybody wants to tell me differently. They're adding more detail, aren't they, in light of new evidence. I reserve judgment on this contextual point. My mind is taking me to, as I've read this plan at the start, that there may be a good soundness reason to flag up, particularly for community engagement purposes when strategies are being developed, certain contextual issues, and it may well be simply a sentence up front to say this site is on the border. Certain things will be expected, and I don't think that would be a difficult sentence to write, and I don't think anybody would necessarily disagree with what it said, because it's in the developer's interest to go away and try and engage with everybody to try and alleviate objections as best they can. But I don't want to debate the wording of it, but I think for this particular site, I think the context of it is particularly important, and I think it might well be the same for some others as we go through as well. Have you got any thoughts on that?
No, I think that's a helpful, beneficial addition to the development considerations. As I say, it's implied through the plan, but I think making that point specifically for this site, and I imagine tomorrow's site as well, would be helpful.
What if I decide that that's needed for soundness reasons? What I can't do what the plan cannot do, and I would be incapable of recommending a main modification that captured your local contents in a couple of sentences. So it will be very broad. It would be very broad, and I'm just alerting you. You know, obviously, you know, what you've described to me couldn't be sort of captured, but certain things factually, that it is located on a council border, and there are different officers that would need to be engaged with and groups to be engaged with. I think that's the sort of lines that I'm going on, but don't think that I'd be recommended some vision or descriptive of where you live, because that's not what is needed. So I'll reserve judgment on that, and we'll hold that thought. But I think there could well be good soundness reasons as we go through to put some context down. I said before, the development considerations, they need to capture what is necessary to be overcome to bring these sites forward. And we have to have an idea that we have to have as much evidence as we've got, or the absence of evidence to the contrary, to suggest that these sites can be brought forward in accordance with these development considerations. As time goes on, if a planning application gets determined and new evidence emerges and something becomes insurmountable, then that's a factor for the council to review its plan. Okay? So I'm just trying to you know, just to give some context to some of the decisions and the assessments that I've got to make on the plan. Does anyone want to say anything about that? No. I will read everything that you've put in again. I will visit the sites again. I don't need anybody to help me. I need the space to look at these sites and think about them. So I can assure you that I'll do that, and I can't take decisions on whether certain constraints are insurmountable here at the moment. I need to deliberate on them. Does anyone want to say any more about this site? It's a hearing. If you feel you want to, say it, because this is your chance and there's time. Don't feel rushed. I've got everything that you've written. I will read it again, I promise you.
So just one thing, and it isn't about Hampshire's mineral and waste plan, but Dorset's mineral and waste plan, because this site is very close. The entrance is in Dorset, as we've established, but on the other side of the road is a safeguarding area for minerals for Dorset's local plan. So therefore, if Dorset wanted to bring forward their mineral plan and the sites that are within that, right by Midgham Farm, where does that leave communities? That's all I'd like to say.
I think it leaves clearly communities with needing to understand and rightly to be concerned as you would be, but you have to be left to engage with that planning process with Dorset in the same way as this one. That's the way that the system must operate. But that doesn't mean that, you know, it perfectly reasonable concerns that have been put to this hearing so far and what I've read from you, but it doesn't mean that this plan is able to solve it in doing what this plan needs to do. I think flagging things up, I think the context of this being on the boundary and needing to take account of things that are happening, and I think could well be a useful a modification for soundness reasons for these sites that do sit on boundaries. Yeah. Do you want to say any more? Yeah. It's a hearing. I want to hear from you. I want you to feel heard.
As residents, we feel quite nervous because it's Hampshire Plan, Hampshire, the planning authority. The amount of objections to this site was 42% of the overall objections to the plan itself, and therefore we would like you to recognise that the confidence in the planning system doesn't seem to be set up for consideration of residents' concerns. It's merely the plan, and that's a big issue for us because we have to live with it. As I've said before, the officers, the operators, I've engaged with Andy before, they're all going to disappear off onto other projects or retirement. We don't. We get stuck with it. And that's our concern, that in all of this, you're looking at the development considerations and there is nothing about the residents, the people, the long-term effects on us, our well-being and our health.
Thank you. Are there any more things that people want to say that they didn't have a chance to say on this site? No. All right. Were you looking for the council to respond to that?
No, I don't expect them to.
Yeah. All right. As we go, I do not doubt the challenge and the effort that is required for residents to engage with the planning process, and particularly the minerals and waste planning process. And I think I'd just say, I don't underestimate the effort and resource that you've invested to date, and will continue to do as no doubt as things move forward. I don't know if that's any comfort. Probably not, but I felt the need to say it. I felt the need to say it. Okay. So that's took me as far as I need, as far as I think I can go on that particular site. I can take that information away. I think that takes us through till it's 1 o'clock. So by coincidence, so we'll that's going to take us nicely to have a break for lunch, and we'll come back, and we're dealing with. We'll deal with the other sites this afternoon. So we've got Hamble Airfield and Ashley Manor Farm. Okay, thank you for your if anybody's leaving, thank you for your contributions. If anybody's staying, we'll see you this afternoon.
So just on the last point, you've asked the council to produce a note to accompany some of the things that you've already asked them to. Will that be out in the public domain? And if so, when? And how will it be accessed?
Right, so any notes or even the schedule of main modifications that I've requested, I want to just take a view on what those things say, and whether and how and if people should be or I need people to engage in them in the interest of fairness. So there's no set way. As a minimum, if the plan, this is what would usually happen to a lot of that information. If the plan reaches the main modification stage, there would be another consultation on those main modifications, at which point various pieces of new evidence, including those notes, would all be available, and people could comment then on them as part of the main modifications consultation. So that's what would be usually what would happen. But as an inspector, I can make decisions on whether I feel the need to do things over and above that as well. But I don't know until I see the substance of the material.
Sorry, so as members of the public, are we able to see the submission that Hampshire County Council are going to put into you, which you've requested the note?
You'll see it. You'll see it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll adjourn for lunch, and we'll come back at 2:00. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. 2:00. Time for me to resume the hearing session for matter 9, which is site allocations and their selection. We've already had a session this morning dealing with site selection process, and we dealt with one of the 4 allocations in the plan, Midgham Farm. This afternoon, we're going to focus on Ashley Manor Farm and Hamble Airfield. Can everyone turn devices to silent and just make sure that everybody's sort of following that? I've just literally set mine to silent as well, so that would be embarrassing. But so there you go. Now, I would set out some announcements this morning for those that were here. I apologise now because I'm going to just repeat some of those now just for new people that have joined us. So my name's Luke Fleming. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the plan. So you're all aware of the plan. You've commented on it. That's what I'm here to do, to examine the plan. Programme officer here is James Hume. Any queries about the examination, James will be able to advise. If you want to see the detail about what my role is here in examining the plan, that's all set out in my examination guidance notes, which are available on the examination website. So I urge you to read those if you haven't already, and sort of refer back to them if you have any questions about the examination, particularly before contacting James, who's the first port of call, because usually the answer to that question might well be in those guidance notes. So I just refer you to those. We've been sitting for a number of days now, dealt with, examined a number of matters associated with the local plan. My role is to determine whether the submitted plan is legally compliant and sound. It's not the same as assessing or determining a planning application, which may well be, which has been, I'm aware there's a live appeal relating to Hamble. I'm aware there's been a planning application relating to Ashley Manor Farm. So I'm not assessing a planning application, and I'm not determining an appeal. I'm examining whether the council's local plan is sound. If you want to understand more about what that means, it's all set out in my guidance notes. I don't want to go over it again. I also set it out in a lot of detail on the first day of the hearings, that you can go on and sort of watch the videos and see what I said then. So just get that point out, and I'm sure it will come out as we go through the discussion, and we can talk about what it is that the plan is able to do and what it should do and what it shouldn't. So okay, so there are a number of outcomes to the examination. So I could find the plan to be unsound and unlegally compliant, and decide that it couldn't be fixed. Fixing it would be through me recommending main modifications, in which case the council would choose to withdraw the plan, or I would write a report finding it unsound. The other outcome is that I could find it unsound and non-legally compliant, but I believe that it could be fixed by me recommending what's called main modifications, so changes to the plan that are needed to address soundness or legal compliance reasons. So not not to improve the plan, but to address any soundness or legal compliance reasons. So they're the possible outcomes. If it does move towards me feeling like I can recommend main modifications to make it sound, the council have already started suggesting those and have put forward a number of proposed modifications that we'll need to touch on today. But just because the council is suggesting them, that doesn't mean that I'm accepting them at this stage. Any main modifications that do ultimately come forward would be my recommendations as inspector. So council can propose them, but they're ultimately changes that I would recommend are necessary. So why I explain that is because ultimately, if the plan does reach that stage, I'm going to need to take a rounded view on what all the main modifications might well be necessary to make the plan sound. Okay, it means that in a lot of cases I'm unable to reach a definitive judgment in the room on issues here that are based on literally looking at these allocations, because I've got to consider the whole plan in the round and all necessary main modifications that might be needed. Okay, so that's what I'm here to do as an inspector. So the hearing for these items, for this, if you wish to, it's a hearing session. You're here to exercise your right to be heard. So I need to hear from you to take your information away with me. Okay, so what I'll be doing is I'll be coming to people that have got the right to be heard and participate, and I'll be gathering your views, and I'll be putting them back to the council where I think it's necessary to get a response. And that's how it will work. Okay, if you wish to speak, literally stand your nameplate up like that, and I'll come to you. But we probably will get away with a bit more of a free-flowing discussion than that. But if you want to get in, put that up and I'll come to you, okay? But it's really important to me that you come to this session and feel like you've said everything you wanted to say on these matters, okay? You won't leave with a definitive answer. You won't feel like the issue has been solved, because it can't be. I've got to hear from you, take the information away and form a view on the plan as a whole. But I really need to hear what you've got to say. Okay, so that's why and how the discussion is gonna unfold, and we'll see how we get on. There's no cross-examination. There's no formal exchange of points. Questions are put through me, and I might allow some. It was quite a helpful discussion at times this morning to have some interchange, and I'll let that go if I think it's helpful. But generally, questions are put through me to the council. It might appear like criticism to the council because every point will be put to them, but it's because that they have submitted a plan that they believe is sound. By submitting it, the law requires them basically they can only submit a plan that they consider is sound. So really, it's their role to defend it. Okay? So I know there are operators in the room, but the first port of call will be for the council to defend its plan that it is saying is sound. Okay, so that's sort of why it's directed that way. We're not criticising, and everything's not focused on the council. It's just balanced that way because that's how the process works. Okay. Okay, so the session's being live streamed and recorded. Various signs on the door when you came in, so just bear that in mind. Okay, so the microphones, when you speak, you'll need to push the button on the microphone. Mine's lit up. Okay. Mine can stay on, but it's not ideal, so I'll be trying to turn it off. But mate, we really need everybody leaning in and making sure their views are put through the microphone so it's picked up online. Is one of the main thing in the recording. Okay, so help each other. Just literally shout mic, tell them, be rude. Just make sure people are using the microphones. Help me out. I won't keep an eye on that, and I will guarantee I won't use mine at some point. So just tell me to put my mic on. So that's that. Now, just. All the evidence for the examination is on the examination library. That I think you've all been. I know you've been there because I've read what you've put in, but it's all there. We won't be. I'm not accepting any new documents uninvited. I might ask for documents to be submitted to the examination, but they will be requested through me, and anything that's requested needs to go through James as the programme officer. Okay. I'm gonna ask the council to just explain some housekeeping points, and then I'm going to ask those that are sat at the table to introduce themselves. Okay, and then I'm going to come round and ask all the other participants to introduce themselves as well. All right. And I'll start with Mr. Story today, just to change it up. No, we'll just pause. We'll do the council first. Once we've done the council, you can do that. You can do that again. But yeah, all right. Sorry to catch you off guard. Right. So, okay. We're going to start with Miss Spriggs, is the expert on housekeeping, aren't you?
I think I will be after these 2 weeks. Yes, Melissa Spriggs, Strategic Planning Manager, and I've been overseeing the update of the plan. In terms of housekeeping, we aren't expecting any fire drills today, so if the alarm does go off, we need to vacate the building. As fire exits, both these doors, we need to go through to the reception area, and then the assembly point is outside the Great Hall, so it's crossing the road. There'll be fire marshals to assist us. Once we get the all clear, we can come back in. In terms of facilities, hopefully you will have passed the cafe that's available to us. The toilets are just out the doors here, just slightly off to the right hand side. We've covered microphones, and I think we've probably covered phones now as well, having dealt with that. So I think that's it for housekeeping.
Yeah, great.
I'll pass over to my colleague,
Gary. Thank you.
Gary King, Project Manager Policy here at the County Council.
Nicola Waite, Transport Team Leader, Hampshire County Council.
Lisa Kirby-Hawkes, Head of Development Management and Flood and Water Management at Hampshire County Council.
Megan Owen, Lead Ecologist, Hampshire County Council.
So then, and at the back of the room, we've got various other council officers from their councils as well. They haven't needed to, but it's a multi-council plan, as you know. It may be that they come forward and contribute and sit next to Mrs. Owen if needed. So that might happen. It probably won't happen, but it might do. They're quite far away to participate from over there. Okay, so can I ask Mr. Story then to just introduce himself and just go as we go around, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so Rob Story, Planning Manager for the Raymond Brown Group.
And I'm Rob Westell, Estates and Planning Director for the Raymond Brown Group.
I'm Darren Hazel. I'm the Development Director for New Milton Sand and Ballast, and I've been involved with the planning application for Ashley Manor Farm from the start.
I'm Nick Dunn from Land and Mineral Management Limited. I'm New Milton Sand and Ballast planning agent who's put the allocation in for Ashley.
Good afternoon, Peter Home. I'm a director at Gillings Planning, and I'm here representing Persimmon Home South Coast this afternoon, who are the landowners of Hamble Airfield.
Hi, I'm Emma Pearman, planner at Cemex, and we put in the application for Hamble Airfield.
Mark Kelly, Head of Planning Cemex.
Graham Tuck, Planning Policy Manager at Eastleigh Borough Council with an interest in Hamble Airfield site.
Adrian Linham. I'm a director of Continued Plan and representing Collard Group.
Pamela Perry. I'm an independent and I'm here with an interest in Ashley Manor Farm.
Thank you for that. Okay, before we get started, I'm just going to say, so welcome to a number of new faces in the room that I've not seen so far. So thank you for coming. I think you probably know it's only those that are at the table that can benefit from the right to be heard at a local plan hearing. So it's only these participants that are at the table. So you might hear things in the audience, but with the way that the regulations are structured and the way that it's built up to this point, I think you probably understand. I can only allow the people to participate that are at the table. Okay, so I will. If anybody does try and participate, it doesn't usually happen. I'll have to be quite stern and sort of stop that and keep it just to the people that are at the table. Okay, just so you know. Okay. Now we'll get on to if you like the business of this afternoon. Is there anybody that's got any questions about what I've just sort of said before we get in, and sort of the procedural side, or anything that you want to ask before we get into talking about? It'll be Ashley Manor Farm first. No. Oh, okay, that's good. All right. So for the purpose of agenda, I set out some quite broad questions, didn't I, for each site in my matters, issues, and questions. They will serve as the agenda for this session, really. And I want to hear from people about under those points. So they're the ones that you've responded to in your statement. So I think that will work okay. So first of all, we'll look at Ashley Manor Farm. Now, to look at the site, I suggest you probably want you've probably got enough knowledge in you, but for me, I've got the plan in front of me, and I'm looking particularly at the development considerations, and I've also got. I mentioned that the council's already proposed a number of main modifications, so I've got those in front of me as well. So I probably will want to go back to those, if you like, towards the end of the discussion on it. But I really want to hear from people first. So as we go through, I might butt in when you start talking. That's just because I'm trying to elicit bits of information that I want, or move the discussion in a certain way. I'm not a dictator. Please, I want to get the best from you as participants. So push back if I'm taking you in a different way and it's taking you away from a point that you feel you need to make, or I really want to hear from you during the hearing session. So okay, so let's have a look. Let's get going. Oh, my computer doesn't recognise me anymore. Here we are. Okay, so Ashley Manor Farm. I asked, is Policy 20 and Appendix A in allocating land for mineral working justified, effective and consistent with national policy? That's what I've got to try and answer in my assessment of the plan. Now, I'm going to start with the council and just ask you to briefly introduce this policy. And I asked a couple of sub-questions there. Do you want to sort of deal with those as well as best you can? And then, as I say, I'll open it up like I did this morning, and we'll hear some views, and we'll go back and forth, and I'll have some questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. As mentioned this morning when we were talking about Midgham Farm, as part of the plan update and looking at trying to have provision up to 2040, we recognised there was a need for additional sites. So Ashley Manor Farm was submitted to us through the call for sites process. And through assessment work, we included it in the draft plan for consideration. It then was taken forward through to the preferred option stage, proposed submission. And that's why it's now featuring in the plan now for discussion. In the meantime, obviously, an application has come forward on the site, as you've already mentioned. This was obviously examined under the existing adopted plan, the 2013 plan. As we kind of talked about this morning, the adopted plan has a reliance in terms of meeting demand on unplanned opportunities, and the Ashley Manor Farm site is an example of that that's come forward. It's not an existing allocation in the adopted plan, so that's come forward as an unplanned opportunity. So an example of the sort of site that could come forward, as we mentioned before. This Ashley Manor Farm site, similarly as discussed for the Midgham Farm site, is a continuation of operations in a particular area. So this site would be taken up following completion of works at the Downton Manor Farm site, which is an existing operation. So that's the background to this site, and as I mentioned, this is one that we've taken forward as an allocation. Your first question specifically was about this site being located in the green belt, which we do recognise. We've discussed yesterday when we were talking about development management policies. We have a specific policy, Policy 6, regarding green belt. The matter was dealt with as part of the planning application, and which was granted on the 13th of November of last year. The green belt was considered as part of the case officer's report, and it was felt that the site would not be inappropriate and would deliver beneficial uses of the green belt, which is one of the requirements of our existing policy and the policy we've taken forward. However, I'm conscious, and I think we touched on this briefly yesterday, it is the only site of our allocations that isn't in the green belt, and so it is a particular issue associated with this site. So following further consideration of some of the submitted hearing statements and others we'd received, we are proposing a further modification that will make reference to the green belt. So it's MM17, so this is a new additional main modification, so it's not featured in version 2 mods. This is a new one in response to the hearing statements. We felt that actually maybe it did warrant further consideration. So it won't feature in version 2, but this is a further proposed modification that we're looking to include. Apologies, it'd be a new development consideration referencing consideration must be given to how the openness of the green belt will be preserved, is our current draft wording.
So it's simply just to recognise in the development considerations that the site is in the green belt, and then really comes back to this point about all the development considerations, doesn't it? This one got planning permission, obviously, but if it didn't, it'd be then for the development. You would presumably have felt if that was overcomable. But there's a need to reference it because it does need to be overcome as a constraint, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. I think I'm not going to get into the debate of the detailed wording, but I think that is a soundness reason for adding that particular issue to the development considerations. I'll just say that now. Okay. So, all right, that's an introduction from the council to this site. I want to hear from other people. Is it Mrs. Perry?
Yes.
You're here to talk about this site, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Would you like to say what you want to say about it?
Thank you very much, Inspector. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Thank you, Inspector. I've lived in this area for over 30 years, and I've witnessed the previous inspections and the fact that it's been turned down twice. And on each occasion, the inspector refused it on the grounds that the site was essential to the setting of New Milton. And they said it was the special quality of openness that was special and definitive. It's a case that I don't see anything that's changed. I think it is still relevant today. It's a fact that's been borne out in another inquiry just last month in Worcestershire, where an inspector rejected a site for the second time on the grounds of landscape amenity and openness. And I think that Ashley Manor Farm, it is greenbelt, it is essential to the setting of the town, the residential areas around it, and it gives a lot of public amenity to people who walk that site and enjoy the rural aspect of the town. The neighbourhood plan, the New Milton neighbourhood plan, referred to the fact that people liked the rural aspect of the town, and they also didn't like the increased traffic in Caird Avenue.
Thank you. I said at the start, I'll put those points back to the council to respond, but it may not be that you get the response that you want, and you know, just bear that in mind. Okay, but you'll get a chance to comment again. Does anybody else want to speak about this particular site in terms of objecting to it before I go back to the council? No?
Thank you. We also touched this morning about planning history on sites, and we do appreciate that obviously for previous applications have been made on this site and been refused. The scheme that was put forward for this site for allocation and for the application is a different scheme to those that were previously refused. They are smaller in scale. It's important to note as well that there's no processing planned on the site, so there's no infrastructure and buildings associated with that. The material will be taken, off site and taken up to Caird Avenue for processing, which is currently the case at Downton Manor Farm. In terms of vehicle, sorry. I've got my voice as well. Sorry. In terms of vehicle movement, there wouldn't be an increase associated with this proposal. It's, as I say, a continuation of the operations at Downton Manor Farm. So the vehicle movements would replace those operating at Downton Manor Farm. So there wouldn't be an increase associated with this. In terms of the rural nature and landscape impacts, those were all looked at as part of the proposal as well as the application. And we've taken all of the issues into consideration in terms of amenity. We've liaised with the district council and got specific reference to public access, and we propose a further modification making specific reference to the green loop proposed in the neighbourhood plan. So that's all been built in terms of the development considerations, recognition of those comments.
Can I just say one more thing? We now have the Solent Distribution Centre on one side of the road, and that has got bigger over the years. It's highly visible from the road. There are mounds of sand and gravel already visible. It looks like a quarry. The A337 is going to be a road bisecting two sides of an industrial site. That is going to be the main approach into the town.
Thank you. Do you want any? Do you want to say any more?
one more thing. 150 lorry movements a day relates to the lorries going backwards and forwards. It doesn't include other traffic from the site distributing products from the Solent Industrial Estate. And I don't think it includes lorries bringing in infill material either.
So, from my mind, I'm not going to. I'll say something that I think is relevant. I don't know. I'm not trying to answer your point. I'm just say something that I think is relevant. So this particular site, planning permission's been granted. We still need to make sure that the development considerations are right, because it's not guaranteed that that particular scheme would be implemented, in which case it would need to come back and have regard to these development considerations. So, but you can't ignore the fact that permission's been granted. As you know, I don't need to say that to you. I'm sure you're living it. That's clear. So it is important still that the development considerations are right, should that scheme not be implemented. So I'm just going to say that. Mr. Dunn, do you want to come in?
Yeah, just picking up a few points. When it say it was turned down 3 times, it was turned down for planning by Hampshire County Council for a 70 hectare site. It then went to appeal and was turned down as appeal for the reasons suggested. It was then put forward in the last or the current mineral plan as an allocation by the landowner. It wasn't supported by a lot of information and it didn't make it through. So that's the sort of the history and sort of planning and mineral plan terms. Just about comments about vehicle movements. The 150 does include inert. There is no product or other materials coming in and out of the site, which is clear in the proposal that has gone forward with planning. In terms of the Solent Industrial Estate, that is an old quarry that operated for many years as a quite significant mineral processing plant. It's taken mineral from outlining quarries in the local area and been processing them for many years. That was granted planning permission to regularise it some years ago, so there's planning control there. That has permanent planning permission and in effect will operate regardless of whether Ashley went forward or not. And a case was made in the planning application that having a local supply of mineral to feed that plant, being only 600 metres away by road from Ashley Manor Farm, was environmentally, especially in terms of climate change, preferable to bringing in material from the other quarries in that local area, which are a much greater distance away. I think that's it.
On the so looking at the development considerations, then you've got the total mineral resource and the details under restoration. Are they consistent with what's in the planning application, the planning permission?
In terms of the yield, the planning application was 1.7, so that's a slight increase to what was being put forward as an allocation.
Yeah, so is there a need for some changes there? So it should be what, 1.7, or is that all within the plan period?
Yes, I believe it is. I can double check that.
Yeah.
We're looking at starting, hopefully, subject to the 106 agreement in 2006, and it's a 12-year site. 2026, and it's a 12-year extraction. So that would fit within the mineral plan period.
Yeah. I think as we go through, it's important to just make sure that all the sites just stay within the plan period, or okay. So there's a need for some main modifications there. Do you want to come back on any of the points that you've just heard? Do you need a minute? Are you okay? to come back now?
I think one of the other considerations is that it's a very open site, subject to wind. And with the last winter storms that we've had, we have not one in 100-year storms anymore. We have several named storms every year. And some of the highest wind speeds are recorded off the Needles. I just wonder about the movement of noise, dust, and so on in this site. It is very, very open.
So it's a bit like what we were talking about this morning. So other development considerations, these issues are shown to be, in the council's view, you can, without the planning application, you were of the view that these issues could be overcome in line with these development considerations. So do the development considerations adequately cover what Mrs. Perry is saying?
So in terms of it being an open site, there's obviously development considerations about early establishment of replacement and enhanced hedgerows will help with some of that, and the new planting, ensuring it reaches maturity, so that will help with screening in terms of the openness. We've got a specific development consideration on dust, noise and lighting management plan with monitoring included in there. So that would need to obviously incorporate winds and potential distance for travel for noise and dust and things like that as well. So that would be covered as part of the planning application, and I'm sure if you wanted to hear how it was doing with the planning application, we could give you that information as well.
So presumably, I've not got the permission, I'm not looking at it, I've seen permissions. Presumably it's very long with a lot of conditions. Do you want to explain?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, indeed it is. Obviously, mineral applications have quite a few conditions associated with them. And indeed, the application has really touched the bases of what's on the development considerations in any case. The issues that were raised by Mrs. Perry were considered as part of the application process. They are very clearly documented in the report and were taken into consideration as part of preparing the recommendation for the Planning Committee to consider.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really to say that we have considered each of these issues, and they have been demonstrated to be in, air quality was in the Institute of Air Quality Management's guidance. We complied with that. In terms of noise, we complied with PPG. We're proposing a dust management plan is maintained at the site. Through the EIA process, it was an iterative process in which we kept on going back at the design when we looked at impacts to make sure that we could actually, first of all, control impacts with design first, and then we have the extra backup of management in terms of management plans and stuff. So it's just to say, this information we have demonstrated through the planning application that we can develop the site within acceptable environmental constraints.
I just wanted to quickly add to that. We're in the middle of putting together a Section 106 for this site, and a landscape and ecology management plan is part of that. And that management plan controls early establishment of the habitats, including the landscape screening on the north of the site, and that will be required through the Section 106 to be prior to commencement of the application of the extraction. So we're really taking it seriously about ensuring those measures are in place from day one, and that is through the Section 106 that's going to be managed through that process for the lifetime of the operation, and for I think it's a 30-year post aftercare period that all of those elements will be managed.
Okay. Okay. I haven't got any further questions on this particular site. have you got any further comments that you want to make for me to bear in mind, or for me to get the council to respond to?
Yes, thank you. Can I just say that the planning permission came with an extremely long list of conditions, which I think recognised the sensitivity of the site. And the concluding paragraph in the planning permission said, on balance, we suggest this is passed. If it's only on balance, it seems to me that it was quite a tight decision. And I wonder if our planning permission had come before that of Hamble Airfields, whether it might have been refused. It's just that Hamble Airfield was refused ahead of us. And then we came in, and the regulatory committee said they didn't particularly like the plan, but they really couldn't afford to refuse it. Thank you.
Just on balance, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we weren't an allocated site, so we didn't quite have the policy support of Hamble Airfield. But what we do have, which wasn't what we do provide, is a local source of mineral for a triangle of land sandwiched between the New Forest and BCP. Been supplying mineral to that area since the 1950s. And that was really, the balance was about continuing that local supply of a locally sourced mineral. And I would say that I don't think, in my view, that Hamble actually had, in the decision at Hamble didn't have any weight to that decision. It was that local need.
I can ask the council to respond finally to your points, but it feels more like a comment that you're making. Yeah. Do you want me to just not? Do you want their response or not? Do you want to briefly respond?
Yeah, certainly, sir. Obviously, all planning applications have to be considered on their merits. It doesn't matter what's gone before, what's coming after. It's about the application before the planning authority and about whether that is acceptable in terms of the development plan. So there's no relevance of the Hamble Airfield issue here. This is to do with whether this site was acceptable or not. And the officer's view was that on balance, and we always have to make a planning balance, there's often planning balances, but on balance it was that it was recommended for approval, and that was supported by members, and obviously we had that meeting that went through that process. So there's no relevance of what went before in relation to this.
I think you understood that anyway from what I've read. But is there any more points that you want to put before me for me to consider in my deliberations on this site before I move on to Hamble?
Just finally, that the site has a very high water table, and we are close to rapidly eroding cliffs. And with some of the recent storms, we know we lose more land. And I just wonder how relevant that is to the site, which is within a mile of the cliffs. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to briefly come back on that?
Thank you very much. Obviously, those aspects were considered as part of the planning application. I think it was raised in the committee meeting about the potential issues with erosion. There were no big issues flagged by consultees, and officers looked at it in detail as part of the recommendation.
There's basically no hydrological connectivity between the groundwaters and the any groundwater associated with the cliffs. We're basically moving groundwater within a small area and putting it back into groundwater through a recharge trench around the site, and also maintaining flows in the main in the streams. Yeah.
And probably an observation from me. Natural England and the Environment Agency being consulted on the plan, would also have been consulted on the planning application and engaged with it, no doubt, and satisfied that right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Right. So I haven't got any more questions on this particular site. So unless anybody else wants to say any more about it for me to hear, I'm going to move on to Hamble. Anyone? Any final? Yep.
Can I just say from past experience at other sites, it's really important that even though we have a decision to grant planning permission, that it is kept in the mineral plan, because we've had sites in similar situations and central government policy has changed and they've been called in and we've lost planning permission. So it's important for us, our perspective, that it is kept in to maintain, you know, because it is needed locally, that mineral. That's be done. Thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to flag up, obviously, I've mentioned a couple of the main modifications that we're proposing as well. I've mentioned the green belt one and the reference to the green loop. I just want to also flag up under MM17 that we are proposing some further modifications just to address some of the comments that have come out through representations and from hearing statements. So one is almost a correction really of one existing development consideration which would address listed buildings and their settings. There's a bit more detail in relation to the transport assessment to make sure we're picking up this shift in movements from Downton Manor Farm. And lastly, we'd obviously included a development consideration regarding the impact on local business, amenity and wellbeing of residential properties. And we've included, in response to requests from New Forest District Council, including buffers to protect adjacent residential properties and the cemetery, which is nearby as well. So just to sort of flag those up.
More detail, really. Has anybody got any points that think that that's not a good idea? I mean, I'm not here to if you like improve the plan, but I think on the basis of what I've read and thinking about future proofing as well, I think for effectiveness those changes could be justified. Okay. I said that you probably wouldn't get the answers that you were hoping for, but I hope you've said what you wanted to say, and I can only say that I'll take it away and consider it along with everything else. Okay, so I'm going to move on and talk about Hamble. Now you're welcome to stay if you wish, but equally I wouldn't think bad of you if you didn't want to. So because I understand your interest is in this site. So, but okay. Moving on then to Hamble. Can I just ask the council to? Sorry, I didn't say you. I didn't say you. Of course, but yeah, I'm fairly relaxed about that. If you feel you've said what you need to say, yeah. So moving on to Hamble then. Can I ask the council to introduce it in the same way as I've asked for other sites and sort of consider my questions?
Certainly, thank you. Again, we identified a need for additional sites. As part of that process, we also looked at existing allocations. As previously mentioned, this is an allocation in the adopted plan, and we've looked at it and are carrying it forward it went through draft plan and obviously into proposed submission as well. This has been another site which has obviously had a planning application process that has been following to interact with the allocation process. So there's been lots of continued dialogue with my development management colleagues. This site, as I say, was considered last year in May, 22nd of May last year. The scheme that was put forward for that site allocation at that time was refused. There's details in our hearing statement, and my colleague can give you further details on those and the reasons for refusal. We obviously looked at those quite carefully and have been plotting this all the way through to see whether there was anything that was considered sort of a showstopper there that felt that we couldn't progress with the site as an allocation. So we don't think there's anything in there that means the site couldn't be taken forward as a allocation. Similarly, with all these sites, particularly the mineral sites are complex, as we know, so there are a number of development considerations associated with this site. They've built on the ones from the current adopted plan. And obviously, that's obviously the plan that the application was being determined against. We are proposing some further modifications, and that's been informed by that sort of process and through the application. So we could touch on those going through, but that's kind of the state of play we've got at the moment.
And then obviously, so let's just talk a little bit about timing. So the appeal is live. PINs issue a target date, don't they, for a decision? What's that at the moment?
So currently it's the end of May, but since that date was given to us, the inquiry has been extended in terms of its timescale. So we anticipate at the moment that the date won't be met because we are looking at potentially a split hearing with dates in June at the moment.
Okay. Obviously, as we go forward, we're going to need to be. I'm going to need to just be kept up to date on sort of the progress with that and sort of dates, because the timing wise, if the plan does move on to main modifications, there would need to be a consultation period during which the examination would be live, and any decisions that are made there might well be relevant to the plan, as you know. So it's not an unusual situation for me. So it's not something that's not happened before. So and it does happen quite a lot. So yeah, but we're just going to need to keep us up to date. So in terms of the issues at the inquiry, then what's the council's role then? What are you? Because I'm not sure. I read from the update note that it's mainly what are the council still disputing through the inquiry?
Thank you, sir. So as you're aware, there were 3 reasons for refusal. The main area we will be defending is in relation to reason B. And that is in relation to the highways aspects and seal compliance matters. So that is our main area of defence. Information has been submitted through the inquiry process, which have led to us finding that we don't need to put a position forward for reasons A and C. There's been some additional information which is now to the satisfaction of the League Local Flood Authority. Reason C, which was the ecological designation air quality issue, the Natural England have revised their position, which is what we'd had expected at the decision point, as they've revised their position and withdrawn their objection.
Okay. So the highways issue then.
Additional thing I probably should say actually is that those were the main areas of reasons for refusal. The inquiry has been widened on the back of the Rule 6 submission of statement of case to include some other aspects. And on the highways aspect, highway capacity and safety is now in the mix in terms of an inquiry issue, which it was part of the reason for refusal. Yeah. There are some other areas as well which are now being looked at in relation to need, impact on veteran trees, and wider integrity HRA issues, which we also will be considering as part of the inquiry.
So just recap for the things that we've talked about already. So this is a scheme, this is a plan. The plan is setting out development considerations. It may well be, it's not out of the question that a different scheme could be brought forward on this site in the same way as we discussed on the last one. So for me, it's to be clear that the development considerations set out everything that they need to do, and we've got a reasonable understanding of them to suggest that they're not insurmountable. So the highways outstanding concern of the council, then, is that leading you to believe that highways is insurmountable or not?
We're waiting for further information as part of the inquiry process. So at this moment in time, the planning authority doesn't have the information to determine whether the seal compliance issue has been addressed appropriately. So we are waiting to see what comes in as part of the inquiry process on that. As I've mentioned, the highway capacity and safety issue is now back in the mix, which wasn't raised as a concern by officers as part of the decision-making process. And indeed, the Highway Authority didn't raise those concerns as well.
I'll bring you in a moment. And then, so you've already alluded to it. So in terms of the consultees, then, obviously the County Council is the highway authority. You've mentioned Natural England. Or are there any other consultees with outstanding objections to this scheme?
There was the lead local flood authority at the point of decision, but as I've mentioned, new information has come in as part of the inquiry process, which has now resulted in them being satisfied that their concerns have been addressed. The Natural England issue was as a result of a very late representation, and as I've already indicated as well, that objection has now been withdrawn and a new response has been received to the application from them as part of the inquiry process.
Okay. All right. Ms. Pearman, please.
Yeah, just wanted to elaborate on that point about the outstanding reason for refusal B. So it's obviously the council's position was that, as Lisa explained, that there wasn't enough justification for the proposed mitigation. It wasn't an issue of the council having concerns with highway safety or capacity. Obviously that has been brought back in, as Lisa said, by the Rule 6 party, but we are, as part of the appeal process, working on additional information regarding the still compliance point, and we're confident that that can be resolved during the course of the appeal.
Okay. Mr. Tuck, have you got any views on this? I know you have got some views on this. I know you've not put your name up, but it probably good point to bring you in if that's all right.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I'd like to contribute. I mean, from our perspective, obviously we've got our views on the planning application which has been made, but focusing on the plan and perhaps stepping back to first principles. Clearly, as I said earlier, and apologies, I overreached slightly in my comments earlier around the methodology, but there's a choice this plan has to make about the best sites. And based on a combination of the evidence in the plan and also some of our concerns around that evidence, we have a number of concerns of first principle around allocating this site for sand and gravel, which reflects the concerns of the Borough Council and, of course, for wider local community. I'll run through those if I may, and I'll be fairly brief because I'm conscious this is all in our written statement as well. I'll go through, first of all, in the order issues appear in the sustainability appraisal, and then dwell on a couple of those in a little bit more detail based on transport and ecology. Looking at the sustainability appraisal and comparing to the other sites in Southern Hampshire, this is the only site where the access would go, the HCV access from the site would go straight through an air quality management area. That was recognised at a late stage in the sustainability appraisal. That is clearly an issue of concern for us and local communities. the impact of HGVs on that air quality management area.
Can I just ask that I think the hands down, I'm going to come back to
In terms of the impacts on communities, Hamble is a site which, I mean, some of the other sites score as red in one case, but Hamble scores red in 3 cases. That is because Hamble is the only site within proximity to actually 2 schools. It's not just one school, it's a primary school and a secondary school, and also recreational facilities. And indeed, it's not just a proximity of a site issue. The HGVs would pass and share the same route to the secondary school that pupils would use travelling to that school from both Hamble and Netley and Bursledon. And also, we don't feel that the assessment has fully recognised, or it hasn't recognised, the scale of residential close to the site. It's used a proximity distance criteria, which in itself is perfectly logical, of course, but understanding the scale of the residential community adjacent to the site. Hamble is a fairly large village, and therefore there's a large number of dwellings close to that site which will be affected by it. And also the health facility, similar point, it's very close to the school, so similar point to the school point, that it's sharing a route that the HGVs will use for people trying to get to that health facility. As the sustainability appraisal has recognised, there are some negative impacts on the economy, and again, I think this is the only site in southern Hampshire which scored as such, and this reflects the unique nature of Hamble as it's an important yachting centre and tourist centre. So I think there's a general, as recognised in the sustainability appraisal, a general perception issue there coming into the village, and the effect of that on the image and the perception of the village for people wishing to go there for tourist purposes. But the other key point, the transport point, which I'll cover both briefly in terms of what the sustainability appraisal says, but also what the strategic transport assessment says. The sustainability appraisal does recognise that Hamble is a site which scores as negative. Again, I think that's the only site in southern Hampshire that does. It has recognised quite rightly that Hamble Lane is an area of significant congestion on multiple points. It's the effect of the peninsula with traffic being funneled up essentially one main road coming out of the peninsula, and also traffic coming out of eastern Southampton, all funneling together in various a succession of junctions leading up to the motorway. It's already a very congested point, and HGV's movements will add to that. Actually, in the sustainability appraisal, it classed the proximity to significant road junctions as green, but based on the criteria, the nearest road junction, it is just within 2 kilometres of the nearest significant road junction, but that is one of those congested junctions. We believe under the SA's own criteria, that should have been scored as red. Just flowing on from that, in terms of the transport assessment, the strategic transport assessment, again, Hamble was the only site in southern Hampshire to come out as amber rather than green, and indeed only one of 2, I think, in the whole of Hampshire which came out as amber. And to be fair to the assessment, that is because it recognises the high sensitivity of the area in terms of congestion at Windover, which is the first main roundabout you get to coming up from Hamble. Actually, it didn't explicitly recognise that junction 8 of a motorway, which is the next junction you get to, is all part of that wider congestion, so it's wider than just one roundabout. And although it is recognised in the sustainability appraisal, the transport assessment doesn't pick up that actually the HGVs will pass through the Bursledon residential area, which, as I've mentioned, is an air quality management area, and also it's a noise improvement area. We feel there is, there's a 29% increase in HGV movements based on the plan assessment. I appreciate the planning application has different, and I believe higher figures in it for HGV increases. In the planned strategic transport assessment, that increase was described as moderate. We actually think a 29% increase in HUVs in an already constrained area and with significant receptors in the shapes of schools, residential, etc., is actually a significant increase. And I think our final concerns on transport, given the scale of the strategic proposal and the scale of existing traffic issues in the area, there's been no assessment of junctions in terms of capacity or congestion, delays or safety, which for a strategic proposal in a plan, I would expect to see some further information on that. And then in terms of the mitigation measures, both flagged up in the strategic transport assessment and indeed in the plan considerations, and I dare say we'll come on to the wording of that a little bit later. First point to make is that the plan relied on the National Highway Scheme for an improvement to Junction 8 and Windhover Roundabout. That has, since the funding for that, I believe it was in October last year under the new government and the budget, the funding for that has been withdrawn. So that was a key mitigation scheme which the plan was relying on, which can no longer be relied upon. Clearly, as the funding was withdrawn, and that will not be implemented. In terms of the wording on strategic transport assessment and the development considerations in Appendix A of a plan, there's a very general reference to mitigation measures, in relation to addressing walking and cycling, that those measures needed should be reviewed. Again, that is it essentially. There's no further information in the plan as to what those mitigations should be. There's no reference to how junction capacity could be improved. Now, clearly, a lot more detail will come through a planning application, but again, for a strategic proposal in a plan, I would expect to see at least some guidance, an assessment and understanding of what those mitigation measures should be. My final points are around ecology. And again, the sustainability appraisal highlights it's not the only site in close proximity to national and international sites. It's one of about 2 or 3, I think, a number 1 as close. But from our perspective and our ecologist perspective, we are particularly concerned about the recreational disturbance issue. So just a brief bit of background. First of all, you may be aware that in the Solent area, there's a general issue of visitors to the coast causing disturbance to overwintering and now also summer birds. There's a long-established programme called Bird Aware. Most of that is around any residential development and increasing populations due to that, and there's a long-established mitigation scheme which is fully endorsed by Natural England and the relevant local planning authorities to address that. We recognise that. The issue here is that Hamble Airfield is used quite extensively for informal recreation. I acknowledge that is not, it's not open public land in that sense, but it is nevertheless used quite significantly for informal recreation. Those people will inevitably be going elsewhere. We consider there as, if not more likely, to go down to the coast if they can't go onto Hamble Airfield. We're not convinced about first of all, at the pre-submission stage of the habitat regulations, the issue was touched upon, but relatively briefly. There's been some further articulation of potential mitigation measures at the submission stage, which is quite a late stage to be considering that. We're not convinced that what's being proposed in terms of the permissive footpath and then extending to the footpaths to the north and west, I think it is, would actually be effective mitigation. Those areas are actually further from Hamble Village than the foreshore and the which is where obviously the potential impact on overwintering birds is. So in reality, if people can't go to Hamble Airfield, they will go to the next nearest point. They wouldn't walk past a operational, be a lot less likely, I would suggest, to walk past an operational mineral site to get to footpaths which are further away. I would acknowledge on that point there should be a way forward in that in terms of mitigation, given there's a long established, as I say, it's a scheme called Bird Aware to mitigate those kind of proposals. my concern in plan making is more around, again, the relative merits of different sites, and it appears that issue was only touched upon until a relatively late stage. So it is an issue which, recognise all points have to be considered, but it is an issue which counts against, if you like, the first principles of allocating this site. So in summary, a wide range of concerns around the amenity of residents, air quality issues, ecology. So yeah, the Borough Council has a number of significant concerns about the continuation of this allocation. Thank you.
Has anyone got any more points that they want to say sort of opposed to this allocation at the table? No, I don't think so. So, okay, I'm going to ask the council to come back to all those points. But we're doing okay for time, and I'll need a comfort break if that's all right. We'll take a short break, and we'll come back and you can respond to those concerns. All right, so it's just 3:10. If we come back at past, okay. we were talking about Hamble Airfield allocation. We just heard some comments from Mr. Tuck at Eastleigh Borough Council, and I said that I was going to come back to you to respond to the points raised.
Thank you. I'm going to give a sort of general overview, but I've got some of my technical colleagues here, so I might sort of draw on them as well. Yes, the recognition of the air quality management area was sort of picked up subsequently, and I think this is showing the iterations of the sustainability appraisal process that we've undertaken. And we now propose in our main modifications MM18 for Hamble Airfield, the additional recognition of that the traffic issues need to take into account the air quality management area, and we've also, since further discussion on this point, I've also proposed to add reference to the noise important area in response to colleagues' comments received from Mr. Tuck on that point. Obviously, those, again, the sustainability appraisal has flagged up an issue, and we've proposed to deal with it through development considerations. It then be for an application to manage the vehicle movements and that sort of thing, and take the air quality management area into account. In terms of local communities, yes, the sustainability appraisal did pick up those, and what it's flagging up is that you need suitable mitigation measures to address the potential impacts. And so, though, again, these have been pulled into the development considerations. We've got a number of those talking about requirements for phasing, taking into account potential impacts on local residents and businesses, picking up the economy point. There was quite a few comments about transport and STA, so I'll defer to my colleague on that in a moment. There was also talk about recreational displacement, and I should point out that obviously an HRA has been undertaken on the plan, and that would have been picked up as part of that process, but that wasn't viewed to be a particular issue. It wasn't flagged up either by Natural England, and I also believe that wasn't picked up through the planning application process either, as a point. And in terms of public footpath and access, again, we've got a number of development considerations picking up that, also reflecting the fact that it's private land, and as Mr. Tuck picked up, it's informal access currently, but also making recognition of the footpath that's there. In terms of the transport points, I'll pass to my colleague though to pick up some of those points specifically.
I'll give you an opportunity to come back as well. Who would be?
Thank you. There are quite a number of points picked up on transport, so I'll go through them in turn. The first related to the AQMA not being referenced in the strategic transport assessment. That is correct and is being covered in MM18. In addition, if it was included as part of the sensitive receptors, the highest it could score would be high, which is already the score given to the sensitive receptors. We have recognised the impacts on sensitive receptors throughout the STA chapter on Hamble Airfield, so it's good that that's recognised. Including congestion on Hamble Lane, we do understand that it is already quite a congested network. Hamble Lane, the Windover roundabout, and onto the motorway. We did provide additional detail to National Highways as part of an addendum to give information about the impact on those junctions, and they haven't raised any concerns or objection in response to that. The number of movements per hour going up through that route would be quite low, so wouldn't be expected to be assessed necessarily through the strategic transport assessment. We would consider that to be disproportionate, and it should be measured through the site-specific transport assessment through any application. Mr. Tuck has highlighted a 29% increase on Hamble Lane. Again, that's referenced within the strategic transport assessment. Normally, the impact would only be measured on the actual strategic road network, but given the sensitivity of receptors, we added the additional information about Hamble Lane. A 29% increase would be scored as has been scored as amber within our assessment. If we had taken it to a higher level, the overall impact rating would stay as amber. It would have to have a much higher increase in HGVs to move to red. Mr. Tuck has mentioned that there isn't any specific mitigation highlighted in the STA for this site.
Say STA, do you want to just...
Sorry, Strategic Transport Assessment.
Yeah.
There isn't any specific mitigation in the Strategic Transport Assessment. That is correct. There's been minimal mitigation highlighted for any of the sites that proposed to go forward, other than considerations to do with site access. Again, we've highlighted that this should be considered through a site-specific transport assessment, but we have been clear about what should be considered through a transport assessment, listing out all of the things that should be considered, including impacts on all different road users, people walking, cycling, horse riding, etc. What else was I going to say? Excuse me, just one moment. In the last point, Mr. Tuck has referenced that the site was reliant on the Windhover scheme coming forward. We've been clear in the Strategic Transport Assessment that that's not the case and that the future of that scheme was uncertain at the time. And I'd repeat that National Highways have raised no concerns or objections.
Is that every...
Unless there's more detailed comments wanted in terms of the sustainability appraisal scoring, which my colleague could go through, if that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'm happy to have comments back on those.
All right, okay. I think that might be helpful, yeah, on the essay, if you can just add some detail in response to Mr. Tuck.
Thank you. In terms specifically of the sustainability appraisal essay, the Council welcomes Eastleigh Borough Council's support for the scoring of SA3, these are the objectives on biodiversity, SA9 on communities, SA10 on transport and SA14 on economy, which Eastleigh Borough Council agree with. Also, Eastleigh Borough Council have sort of confirmed the logic behind using a proximity threshold, particularly in terms of SA9 for residential development, schools and so on. That is a threshold which has been used throughout the essay for all sites consistently. That doesn't take into consideration the quantum of local development, but the quantum of local development will be picked up in the site selection process. In terms of SA2, air quality, it's correct that in earlier drafts, the air quality management area, which is just over 2 kilometres north of Hamble, wasn't picked up. But we're very grateful to Eastleigh Borough Council and I think Hamble Peninsula Residents Group for highlighting in the Reg 19 consultation this omission, and the AQMA was instantly added in, and the RAG rating for that performance criterion was changed to red as requested by those two organisations, so that's very good. Then coming very quickly onto the Habitats Regulations Assessment HRA, the comment was made by Eastleigh Borough Council about the potential for recreational displacement impacts, and that has been addressed in the HRA, and Natural England are happy with the way we've addressed it, and they also agree with our conclusion that the Hamble site would not be likely to have a significant effect on international sites alone or in combination with other plans or projects. Thank you.
I hear what you say about the relationship with the site's proposals. I'm terrible with names of documents and remembering them. The site proposal study that's read alongside the essay. I hear that relationship about the quantum of local development. It's a very different context to for the sites that we've already talked about, isn't it? This one. Do you accept that?
No, I think we can appreciate that. The impacts are the same and the mitigation would be the same. So if you've got suitable mitigation in place, then it shouldn't be having an impact on those sensitive receptors. But yeah, the context may be different, but the impacts and the mitigation would still be the same.
Because the way in which that you're required to assess them as part of the planning application, is that right?
Yes, that would need to be taken into account, but also recognising the impacts are still the same and what mitigation would be required and whether that would then need to be scaled up potentially or not, depending on what surrounding impacts you've got, sensitive receptors you have.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Tuck then, please.
Thank you. I'll come back on some of those points if I may. First, I probably won't get this quite in the right order, but I'll try and kind of group issues together where I can. There was reference to, in both in terms of the air quality management area issue and the residential impact on residential issue, there's a reference was made by Mrs. Briggs and others around the MM18 modification, which now includes air quality, noise improvement, and indeed the submitted development considerations includes reference to mitigation. May have some detailed points around the wording of that in a minute. We recognise that, and we appreciate the air quality management area being changed to red, albeit at a late stage, which, on the one hand, it shows the county have clearly listened to our comments, albeit at a late stage, that change has been made. Our concern is more fundamental, really. It's not around setting out the development considerations, which would need to be considered at a planning application stage, important though that is. It's that actually, compared to a lot of other sites, this site is the site which affects an air quality management area. None of the others in southern Hampshire do. It is a site which is more surrounded by more residential than any of the other sites. The context of that is different, quite significantly different, I would suggest. And yes, the impact on any one residential property will be the same, but the scale of impact and mitigation may well be the same to deal with that. But going back to the first principles of the plan as to whether or not this is a good site, if a site is surrounded, or the southern half of the site is surrounded on three sides by a large residential area, and that is different from any of the other sites, that is a reason that has to count against this site relative to others, just as an air quality management area has to count against this site relative to the others. Now, getting into the development considerations points to address that are welcome, but it doesn't address the underlying concern, if you like, from first principles about whether this site is suitable. Recreational disturbance, a minor point. I think it was suggested that the issue hasn't been raised at planning application. Certainly acknowledge it isn't a reason for refusal, and I believe Natural England don't have any issues with that either through the plan or planning application. Our ecologists are very concerned about that. That was raised by Eastleigh through the planning application point. Again, I think this is a general point around, in itself being close to a international site, it will displace people, and I would suggest it was likely to displace people onto the foreshore. Relative to other sites, that is an issue which must count against this site, I would suggest. Again, I think there's a clear mitigation scheme in place across the Solent, so I'm not suggesting it couldn't ultimately be mitigated. But again, from first principles, it's something that counts against the site. On the transport points, I think we're all agreed that it's a congested area. Hamble Lane is a very congested area. We haven't raised any specific points around the motorway, so we're not seeking to, obviously we'll go with national highways on that. It's more the effect on the local highway network. Yes, the HEV impact is a low increase in the overall traffic level, but HEVs will, take up more space. They do take up more capacity on the road network. We're dealing again with a situation of a very congested local road network relative to some of the other sites, and it'll make a bad situation worse. Except it's a cumulative effect of everything. But, from a policy point of view, again, from first principles, it's adding further HCV traffic into an already congested area. I think my final points, just picking up on some of the points Mr. King made, we didn't quite agree with everything on the sustainability appraisal as was suggested. SA3, I think we do in terms of the way it's been scored. We've got the specific issue around recreational disturbance, but in terms of how the criteria have been applied, I think I agree with that. SA9, I think it's more a point around the red. I mean, obviously you can only have red, you can't have deep red and very deep red, but I'm fine with all of the sites being classed as red as a baseline. They're all within, I think it's 100 metres of a residential property. But the commentary and the assessment, to my mind, doesn't pick up on this point around the sheer scale of residential. Reference was made to the site proposal study. I'm not clear, I guess this comes back to my methodology points as well. I'm not clear how that point's been taken on board and how it's been put into the overall balance of the relative merits of sites. SA10, we did have some detailed points around. We thought one, it was assessed as green, being relative to being distance to a significant junction, but to achieve that green, it would have to be an uncongested junction. So again, on SA9 and SA10, we're not fully agreed on how that's been assessed. But otherwise, my first set of points stand, and so I won't say any more. Thank you.
Now, I said at the start, you're not gonna agree. I understand the difference between the parties there, so and we can sort of discuss those points in a bit more detail, and I'll get people to come back. But I think just really mindful that I've got to take away all this information and form views on these things in the round. But I'll just say that because I recognise the difference between you, and I also recognise the difference between people that aren't at the table and have written in about this particular site, and that I've read all those representations as well. I'm going to bring in I think is it Mrs. Pearman? I'll bring you in, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just to respond to some of those points that have been mentioned. So the AQMA, we understand obviously it's been moved to red, and we understand why. But just to say that has been looked at in considerable detail in the planning application. The AQMA was designated for exceedances of nitrogen dioxide, just that pollutant, and I think from looking back at the application, it was 2017 when it was slightly exceeded, and since then the levels have been much, much lower. This has been looked at during the application and with kind of forward projections of what the air quality would be, and there's been no predicted exceedances of that objective, even with our development. We would have a negligible effect on the air quality management area. That's the conclusions of the report that we submitted, and that Hampshire County Council had independently verified by their own air quality consultant during the application. In terms of communities, again, we recognise why it's been changed to red because of the proximity. It is close to houses on part of the east and the west side and the southern side. It's not surrounded, but it is. We recognise it is close to a number of houses. But just to point out that, again, during the application, we obviously took this into account in considerable detail. We've got large buffer zones all around the edges of the site, which include the permissive path we're intending to put in at the beginning, and then there would be bunds beyond that before you get to the working area. So we've also taken into account where the plant site would be in relation to the nearest properties, and that would be a long way from all the properties on the western side of the site. So just to point out there, we do have an application that has looked at the noise, the air quality, all the impacts on residents, and it's been determined as acceptable. In terms of the sustainability appraisal, the point that was made about the negative impacts on economy, we don't think that sentence is justified. I'm not quite sure what the negative impacts would be. We were having something like a 1% increase in traffic overall. not something that I would think is going to put people off visiting the Hamble for the river for the boats for the reasons that they do now. We've determined that air quality and noise impacts would be acceptable on the properties immediately adjacent to Hamble Airfield, so there would be absolutely no impacts on the boats on the river, and this is something that was raised in the application stage and has been looked at through that process. Hamble Lane, just to recognise again, we do know it's busy, but there were no highway safety or capacity issues identified during the application. That, just to point out again, the remaining reason for refusal that the county are defending is relating to the detail of the justification for the mitigation. It's not related to issues they've raised to do with highway safety or capacity issues. We have offered to reduce the strategic transport assessment in the application says there'll be 154 HGVs. That may have been what we said at the time, but during the application proposed 144 HGVs. And at the appeal, we're now proposing maximum of 126. So we've reduced that quite considerably. So the 29% increase in HGVs and daily movements in 2019 has quite moved on considerably from that. The other point out on that is we have updated our traffic survey recently as part of the appeal, and there's been a general downward trend along Hamble Lane for traffic numbers generally since 2017. So the overall trend is downward in terms of the overall congestion on that route. The proposed mitigation would aim to improve walking and cycling. That's something that was suggested by the County Highway Authority. That's not something we put forward, but that's what's been agreed at the application, and what we're putting forward for the appeal is that we would contribute to walking and cycling improvements. We wouldn't be contributing to junction improvements because, in line with policy, we're aiming for sustainable transport improvements to encourage people out of their cars rather than improving the highway capacity, which encourages people into their cars. Does that make sense? You're frowning at? Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the nature of minerals and waste developments and how far it can do that. That was probably. I think you reacted to my face. I shouldn't pull faces, but
I mean, some detail is in the officer's report for the planning application written back in May, and obviously we're progressing that through the appeal. I mean, the proposals in generally are to improve the walking and cycling from Hamble Village up to the station, which is kind of to the northwest of Hamble Airfield, to encourage people to use the train instead of using their car, but also the secondary school and the primary school are along that route, so potentially would encourage people to walk and cycle to schools rather than get in their car. As part of the application, also we're proposing this permissive path around the outside, and that would be put in from the beginning. I mean, I don't know if you've already been to the airfield or when you do, but if you walk on the airfield, it's not nice underfoot. The moment is quite uneven. You know, this would be a proper path with proper entrances and exits. You can't exit wherever you want to at the moment. There's fences around most of it. So we would hope that the proposal would encourage people out of their cars and using more sustainable transport measures. In terms of the international sites point, it is close as a number of sites are, but again, we've had no objection from Natural England in that regard. Well, there was an objection, they've now withdrawn that on the air quality point. Just to point out again, as we've said, you know, in the application, it's illegal trespass at the moment, people walking on that site. It's been fenced by the landowner and the fences have been pulled down. So you can't rely on that to mitigate any effects of people walking in the SPA. It's also wanted to point out there's a Royal Victoria Country Park directly opposite the site, which is not a designated site, which hasn't been mentioned, and I'm not sure why that wouldn't be used by residents as an alternative in any case. And just the final point about comparing Hamble to other sites, just to point out, we've got an acceptable application with this one remaining point about justification for mitigation. I would encourage you to look at the location of this site compared to some of the other sites that have been put forward. I mean, Hampshire is covered by designations like the AONB, we've got the New Forest. there are few sites where mineral exists close to urban areas that are not in those designated areas. And there's very few sites close to this urban area of South Hampshire, close to Portsmouth, Fareham, where lots of the housing development and other developments taking place. So the other sites that have been put forward tend to be towards the north of the county or on the kind of western boundary towards the New Forest. There's very few options in this area. And obviously, the further the mineral is from where it's needed, the longer the HGV movements and all the, unsustainable consequences of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Home? Yeah. Do you want to?
Thank you. The disadvantage, or maybe advantage, of coming last is that all my points have basically been covered already. I was going to clarify points about the recreational use of the site. And the one clarification which hasn't been picked up on yet is that it's important to recognise that the allocation boundary does include the playing pitches that are leased to the Hamble Parish Council. So, for whatever reason that was included in the allocation boundary, that must be recognised as the one area of the site which does have recreational importance. The rest of it, as Ms. Pemman has already said, is permitted use around the edges of the site, permitted by the landowner, with fences put up to prevent access into the centre of the site, whereas those fences have been pushed down and trespassing has occurred. So overall, because of the nature of the ability to keep the paths at the edge of the site, including the public right-of-way, and of course with the playing pitches being outside of the planning application, it is unlikely that many people would be dissuaded from using the site. And those people who are dissuaded are people who are trespassing on the centre of the site anyway and shouldn't be there. So that really is not something I think you should be taking into account in terms of the preference of the site from a recreational disturbance point of view.
All right. Okay. A couple of points that I want to just follow up. We'll deal with that last one first. The playing pitches within the site boundary. Then, what's the response to that? Is that, should it be within the site boundary, the playing pitches?
At the moment, I mean, within it, the fact it's within a red line boundary doesn't mean it's going to be extracted. It just needs to be taken into consideration, and as part of that commute, not included for the extraction area. So, whether it's in or not just means it's actually under consideration, which is useful. We've got, as I say, a number of development considerations, picking up access and public access and provision of recreational after use and that sort of thing. So all the development considerations are there. The fact whether it's in the red line boundary or not, in some ways it gives you more control or not going forward. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be extracted. I think we make that point actually at the beginning of the Appendix A, that the red line boundary doesn't necessarily mean total extraction area.
And I suppose I heard a description of if you like, we'll get on to restoration in a moment, but I heard a description as to how the boundaries might be treated and the details and sort of workings towards, if you like, the centre of the site. I heard that. So presumably you'd be dealing with the playing pitches in that sort of context, but I suppose playing pitches is strikes a chord with me, because obviously there's various tests associated with losses of them as part of any redevelopment proposal. So I wondered if the development considerations is adequately considering that point, irrespective of them being out on the edge or not, because you don't know sort of what, if you like, at the moment. You might know. I've not seen the detail, but you might know what the future holds for them.
I don't know what the detail is of the future of those. I appreciate that whilst we talk about recreation and public access and that sort of thing, we don't make specific reference to the playing fields. And I think that might be a helpful, beneficial addition of clarifying that point within the development considerations.
I've been to the area. I've not inspected the site in detail. I need to sort of. I always like to have a look and get a feel, and then I'll hear what it is that I can and learn about those sites, and then I'll go and have a look at some of the things that I want to look at. So when I look at these playing fields, what will I see exactly? What are they sports pitches or not?
I can't remember.
Well, then maybe that Miss Pearman can help me. What's the views on the playing fields?
But I don't think they're sports pitches from memory. It's a kind of a large kind of mown grass area. They might be used for some sports, but I don't think it's anything marked out. But just to clarify, they're not within our application boundary. We've got absolutely no intention of touching those, extracting mineral from those. They're outside the red line of the application. So they would be left the same as far as we're concerned.
So if I may clarify, there it's a cricket pitch. It's laid out as a cricket pitch. There is a building, quite a substantial pavilion building adjacent to these. It has been long used, leased by my client to the parish council for that use. And they are well aware that it is outside of the planning application. But as I say, there is that anomaly of it being inside the allocation boundary.
It begs the question: should they be in the allocation boundary?
It's my understanding that that was the allocation that was put to us, but we can look at amending that if that would be useful. But that was the boundary that was put to us that my colleague had done at the time, but we can have a look and just make sure there's no anomalies between what's come forward as the application and what's in terms of the allocation, and whether it's beneficial of just removing that section potentially.
So we wouldn't object if they were excluded from the boundary. I'm not sure why they were in there in the first place. Probably a quite a long time ago that map was put forward. Well, while we're on the point of just compliance with the application, I just noticed it's down for 1.5 million, whereas the application is 1.7 million tonnes. I don't know whether that's something that needs amending.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Right. So I think I want to know more about the cricket pitch and whether whether they're any part of the proposals for this site, and if they're not, then it's questionable whether it should be included in the boundary. If they are to be included in the boundary, I might need some more information as to what the future holds for them, bearing in mind what the MPPF says with regards to, if you like, sports and recreation. I don't need to spell that out for you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And it could be a historic one that's come forward showing land ownership, and that's probably why that's ended up creeping in. Like I say, we do mention in the third paragraph of Appendix A, making it clear that the red line boundary cross-hatching indicates the area within which the development is expected to occur. It does not mean that working would extend to the site boundary, because we need to account for buffers and that sort of thing as well. So whilst it's shown as the development boundary, it doesn't mean we're expecting it all to be extracted for that point. So the fact that we have got a slightly different boundary did not mean that we would be proposing to dig up cricket pitches or whatever it is that's within there. But I'm happy to look at revising that boundary.
I think I want some clarification on that point. Okay.
Just to add on that point, if it helps, in the Eastleigh local plan, it's designated as protected open space. So.
Right. Okay, I'll leave you to think about that and what sort of, whether there's any issues with it, because I don't know at the moment, and it may be that you propose some modifications to your submission policies map or the wording. But I'm going to need to explore that. Okay, let's just look at the uses and the details in the planning appendix A then. So total mineral resource, the planning applications sort of 1.7. Okay. It may not dictate. I'm not dictating the need to change that. We need to think about whether there's a need to change it. Not sure at the moment. What's your views?
We've got that flagged up as a change.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then also, I think generally for all of them, it'd be good to clarify what's happening within the plan period. But I'm also thinking about that more. It seems as though you got the information to say roughly what the expected, if you like, period in which the development was likely to take place as well. Would that be too much of a problem to do on the basis that it's an estimate and that's the way that the plan's constructed?
So we do have a section under policy 20 that sets out the potential commencement dates, and we recognise that that's probably going to need to be adjusted, taken into account where we are with some of those planning applications. And this is what we brought up when we got to policy 20 in terms of the fact that we have these start-up dates and where we've plotted our depletion curve, which I've made reference to, which is in the minerals background study. That's why at the moment it's showing a potential shortfall at about 2036, but with some slippage and potential adjustments, it may be that's later on during the plan period. So it's never can be a fixed point, but that's our current estimate.
Yeah, I think obviously we talked about needing to look at those figures again, do some work on them. But I think this total mineral resource bit would do well to be consistent with that. I think I want to know for effectiveness whether, just to be crystal clear, whether you're expecting it to be within the plan period. But I think you'll have the information to quite easily to set out your estimate of when it's going to start and when it's going to finish as well. As I talk about these things, remember that at the start I said that I've got to talk about main modifications. That doesn't mean that I formed a view that the plan is sound overall. Mr. Tuck is raising an issue that is suggesting that the site ultimately shouldn't have been ever put forward an allocation in the first place, as of a lot of residents. I'm not accepting that at the moment. I'm not accepting anybody's side, but I do need to talk about the changes as people are listening in. Me talking about changes is not me saying I've decided that the plan is sound in that regard. Okay, so those, I think, to specify that in that proposed land use for all sites as we go through anyway, I think would be a good modification for effectiveness. We've obviously got the site area there as well, so bear that in mind as we talk about the playing pictures. I've got this point in here on this one, and I think it really shone through from the representations that I'd read. One of the development considerations you get tired late afternoon, and then it's much harder in the afternoon. We talked about effect on businesses and residents, didn't we? And we talked on the previous one about context. As the council's view, does this, in terms of development considerations, given that context, does it say enough? Having heard what you've heard and learnt from the planning applications, is it effective in that regard?
We do have a number of development considerations talking about impact. I take your point in terms of context and whether that would be helpful to pointing that out. As I say, we've got a number in there, maybe grouping them together and setting a bit of context within that, within the development considerations I can see as potentially being beneficial. So we can look at providing something along those lines.
Yeah. It doesn't need to everybody knows it doesn't need to describe the area, but I think from what I've read, there are some potential. Well, they clearly are. There is some potential conflicts with the operation of this site, with the uses that are surround it, without a shadow of a doubt, aren't there? If everything works as it should do, you know, maybe not. But I think given the proximity to the riverside, the educational uses particularly, I think I ask you to think about that, and I'm going to take a view on that as well as we go forward. Whether this development consideration should perhaps say more than it does.
I'm happy with that. I know that through the planning application that came through, those considerations were picked up, and as I say, there's elements dotted in there already, picking up various points in terms of local businesses, local residents, and well-being. And I think maybe we could look at combining, you know, setting context and combining those into one so it's more clear. But as I say, it's dotted around. You'll see from my main modifications, 18, there's a few tidying up and clarification points that we're looking to address on there to make sure they're absolutely clear on what we would expect from a planning application going forward.
Yeah, so let me say, I think I'm going to take a view on everything, but I think, as I sit here, as a minimum, I think some more contextual development considerations to recognise the sensitivity of some of the receptors in this location. Is that, you can push back, but is that, it just feels, as I looked at all, this one feels, yeah, like that it would certainly benefit from that. Yeah. Mr. Home.
Thank you, sir. Yes, just while we're on the topic of some of the development considerations, we have concerns that a couple of them are just not clear and they're a little bit ambiguous. We're not necessarily opposed to them, but just throw out whether some clarity is needed. One is number 6. So this is where it talks about early habitat creation through progressive restoration of the site or edge buffer zones. What is meant by early? You know, why is that in there? Surely what we're talking.
I'm just going to stop you there because I just had a thought. It's up to you. Do you need? Why don't you list them? Just for, it's up to you. They can be bullet points, but why don't you list them? Because they might be easier when you're determining planning applications. I just triggered that. That's an additional modification, but that's up to you. And I'd cut you off, Mr. Home, because I want to
That's quite all right. So no problem at all. So my client's position is that what we should be talking about here is a phased restoration of the site, which will include habitat creation in each phase of the restoration. And that doesn't quite sit with the term early habitat creation. I mean, what does that mean? If it could be unpacked so we can understand it, maybe it's something that we can sign up to and agree with. But at the moment, it's a bit unclear. So what I'm talking is in the realms of MPPF paragraph 16D kind of ambiguity. The other one is bullet number 9, which is whether it talks about large areas of mitigation. Again, what is a large area of mitigation? It's not actually defined anywhere. So those are the ambiguous areas. I'll come back to number 9 in relation to the reference to housing development later, if you would like to talk about that, sir, as well. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Does anybody have any detailed points on the development considerations building on what Mr. Holmes just said? Ms. Pearman, you want to build on that? Or?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in to say, yeah, we support what Mr. Holmes said. I mean, the point early habitats creation through progressive restoration, I mean, I think we took that to mean restoring the phases as we go, which is what we kind of had proposed to do anyway. We also, because there's reptiles on the site, we had a reptile mitigation plan, so we would be enhancing some of the habitats from the beginning around the edge of the site. But I think a bit more clarity on that would be helpful. The other bullet point, large areas for mitigation, this is something we've raised in our reps as well, that it's just a bit unclear what's meant by that. large areas for mitigation, either as a buffer around the site, a single large area. I mean, it's just not clear whether that means we're talking about on restoration or whether we're talking about during operation. It would just be helpful, I think, to have that bit more clarity on that one.
I think I'm going to ask you to say what your intention was, but can I guess what your intention was? I think for the early habitats creation point, I think that you were wanting to sort of indicate to people that that the mitigation would be happening as soon as it possibly can. You know, you want to give some people in natural England the assurance that things can happen as soon as possibly can. Is it more than that?
It's a combination of that and also ensuring that the areas around the edge, with specific, use the application as an example, where those footpaths are going in and have that adequate protection. So that's an example of what we would relate to an early habitat creation, is to get those landscape buffers in, get the areas for any reptile or protected species mitigation in early, so that they are established prior to the impact happening.
How about then, if you just delete the word early and then just add on at the end and implemented as soon as possible?
It might be the restoration word, actually, that might be the problem here, because
I think
early is important,
yeah,
because it is that's often the thing that is not considered properly in terms of pre-commencement work. But it might be that it's being muddled up here with restoration rather than the mitigation.
I agree that it's ambiguous in paragraph 16 of the MPPF. I don't want to sit here and keep suggesting different words to you. It's your plan, and see what you can do to sort of solve that. I've suggested something to you, but I think it does need looking at. And then I don't propose to debate these points at length, because we could be here for a long while. It's for the council to propose them, and it's their plan. But I do want to flag them up exactly as you've done. And then also, it's the same principle of predetermining that it needs to be large areas for mitigation. The mitigation needs to be in an area as large as it needs to be, doesn't it? So just have a look at the word in there. It sort of leaps straight in, because I think sometimes there's a desire when you're writing these policies to sort of to try and appease people, but you've got to think about what. Yeah. So if that's a fair point, you might.
No, it's my point. A lot of these development considerations have come out through the assessments from my specialists, and quite often I think where they've been drawn from, they've probably then taken out of context a little bit, and so actually what they've done is lost the context in translation of coming through to development considerations. So I think there's a fair point, and I can speak to the relevant officers to try and make sure those are clarified.
Yeah, and Mr. Tuck.
Just very briefly, because I know you don't want a long debate on this, and it probably goes without saying, but this is without prejudice to our objection in principle to the allocation. But I wonder if on the large areas of mitigation point, and I agree that's something we probably all agree that's a bit imprecise, I think it would be helpful to say what we're mitigating against, or for. So references to mitigation in respect of residential amenity and sensitive receptors, I think would bring more clarity. And I note the points made around the recreational disturbance point, but it is flagged up in the habitat regulations assessment as needing mitigation, and I don't see a specific reference to that in here. There's a reference to maintain the informal recreation use of the site and the enhanced public recreational after use. We're concerned that won't mitigate effectively anyway. We think there's a better way of doing that mitigation, but in any case, a direct reference to that recreational disturbance point.
You use that asterisk, don't you, to refer back to Habitats Regulations Assessment Mitigation, don't you? So I think just cross-check through the whole plan the use of that, and I think the points about recreation we have mentioned that is linked to the HRA, so I think probably it might well, when you look at the wording of that one, you might want to put an asterisk there as well. Pearman?
Just on the one that says maintain and manage existing informal recreational use. Again, I just think that could be worded slightly differently. I mean, at the moment, the informal recreational use is people walking across the whole site. I mean, obviously that can't be maintained while you are working a site for minerals. So it would just be helpful potentially to just think about the wording of that. I mean, we are proposing, obviously, as I said, permissive path around the outside from the beginning and an enhanced public recreational after use compared to the, it not being a public site at the moment. But it's just the beginning of that sentence, maintain and manage existing. I just don't know how that would be possible when you're working a site for mineral.
Yes, we'd proposed a modification to that one already to say assess, maintain and manage, which would obviously then presumably pick up what element was being maintained on that. But yeah, I can discuss that with my colleagues and just check whether that really addresses that point.
Sorry, can I just quickly add the use of the permissive path would probably fall in the category of informal recreation. So I think it's not replicating the free-for-all across the whole of the operational site, because obviously that's not workable, but an existing footpath or your new footpath would fall into that in informal recreation.
I think it's just the word maintain that is a bit confusing, because maintaining it as it is, yeah, so it's just thinking about the wording of that one, really.
I could start throwing words out that have been useful to me, but just you have a think. But I agree, maintain is it's determinative, isn't it? It's a little predeterminative about what the solution is to the issue. Is that fair?
No, that's a fair point. I think that's what we were trying to bring in with the view to add in assess prior to say we're going to manage, but I can see your point. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I want to deal. I want to bring in Mr. Home again about. Well, it's bullet point 9, I think, the last one on the page, and it refers to the longer term aims for the site for housing development. I'm nervous about that as an inspector as to whether that's the sort of thing that I should be allowing, considering to be sound in a minerals and waste plan. I'm not assessing the use of this site for housing, am I? What's your thoughts on it, Mr. Home?
Yes, I can understand why you would do, and if it went to the heart of the soundness of the plan, I would agree with you, but it doesn't. What it is a reference to help readers of the plan what is a statement of fact that the landowner has long had an aspiration to see housing developed on the site. And I'm aware that the Hampshire County Council recognise this as something that is known in the local community, and as they say in their statement, it would be disingenuous to try and hide that by artificially deleting it. So just for your context and background, sir, in case you haven't looked at it more widely, that there is a very long history of my client promoting the site as a housing site, and indeed in the preparation of the current now adopted Eastleigh local plan, it was being considered at one stage as an area of strategic growth, but was taken out before the plan went to examination. It is obviously a matter for Eastleigh Borough Council, their own local plan, and they are currently, as Mr Tuck will confirm, preparing or starting to prepare a local plan, and they've undertaken just very recently issues and options consultation. They fully accept that our client is promoting the site for residential, and they have identified the site within their plan, although they point to the allocation for minerals quite correctly. What is I think a little bit remiss is on the one hand to sort of say that no mention of housing should be made on the site, but on the other hand to say that it is a site which is coming in the local plan being identified, albeit that they are saying it is for minerals allocation. So I think my position is that it doesn't go. This part doesn't go to the soundness of the plan. It is a bit of additional supporting text. It does no harm. It confirms to the local community what the position is. Everyone's aware that the site has been and will continue to be promoted for housing development, and indeed that if the planning permission, the appeal, I should say, is allowed, subject to the appeal, and the timescales are for the extraction and the restoration of the site are undertaken as it's set out in the planning statement supporting that appeal, it is quite possible that a site that, if it were to be allocated in the local plan, could actually be delivering homes at the last few years of the local plan period to 2044 that Eastleigh is preparing. So that's the context, and I just ask you to sort of accept it as it is, a reference that's useful for the local community and anyone who reads the plan.
I might not give you an answer on this point, but I do want to hear what you say on it. And then, Mr. Tuck, can you follow up on that?
Certainly, you might not be surprised to know I do want to follow up on that. I do think this is the soundness of a plan issue. It's a fairly small point to correct, but this is a minerals plan. It's not a plan allocating housing. As a factual point, the adopted Eastleigh local plan does not allocate the plan for housing. Quite clearly, it can't. It's currently allocated for another use, minerals extraction. It is not allocated for housing. The submitted plan is incorrect when it says the long-term aim for a site is housing development. I know in the main modifications there's a reference to clarifying that's the landowner's aims. It's not really the role, well, it isn't the role of a development plan to set out what all the landowner's aims are. We have emission sites here today. I'm not suggesting that the minerals plan should set out the landowner's aspirations there. We have a wide range of sites put forward to us, and I think the status of the site in the Eastleigh local plan review has been not accurately conveyed. We have just finished an issues and options consultation. In that consultation,
can you just I'm just going to butt in. I know I've affected your flow. I'm sorry about that. So what's your timetable for your local plan at the moment? When are you expecting to submit it?
We expect to submit it. So we've just finished issues and options. We anticipate selecting our preferred sites later next year, and then we would submit it, I believe it's spring 2028 in the LDS.
Just broadly, so I've got a feel. Yeah. It's not imminent then.
It's not imminent. We're relatively at the start of the process. So it's been suggested that the site's been identified in that local plan review. All we have identified in the issues and options is all of the sites across all of the borough which have been put to us by developers. That's all it is. It has no other planning status. And we're quite clear in that document as a borough council, we have no views on any of those sites at the moment. We've just started the assessment on them. We're in an early stage, we're gathering views, and of course we will build up our views and take our decisions in due course. But fundamentally, I think this is just overreach from what a minerals plan should be doing. And it's preempting another local plan process.
Has the council got any views before I come back to you, Mr. Home?
Yes, we have. We've spent further time reflecting on this point, and I think part of it is because the site has been in the adopted plan for a while. It's been around, and historically there could have been an option potentially for a hybrid application coming in for minerals and housing at one point. But I think on reflection, we've determined that actually we think it may muddy the waters, so to speak. So we have actually concluded that we will delete that sentence in relation to the long-term current aspirations for that site. We think everyone is aware, as has been mentioned, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be featured in the development consideration. So under our current live version of the mod that we're working on at the moment, we propose to delete that sentence.
Mr. Home?
Sorry. I hear that, and I accept, obviously, the decision of the council in regard to this matter. I was simply going to say, when I put my board up, that I supported the main modification that had been previously put forward, which is to clarify that it's the landowner's aspiration. And also, as a point of fact, clearly it is only in government written ministerial statements at the moment, but the deadline for submitting local plans under the existing system is December 2026. So the timetable that Mr. Tuck's outlined wouldn't work, as he's got a legacy local plan that he's preparing, not under the new LURA system.
All right. You're not going to agree, I don't think. Have I heard everything that you want to tell me about that? Okay. Right. The council are proposing a mod on it. Like I said, I'll be looking at the detail of all the main modifications in the round. If the plan moves forward, understanding that, as what I've said about the many fundamental objections which Mr. Tuck has outlined. Okay. That's the. Did anybody have any more detailed points that they wanted to raise on the development considerations or wording of them? I've got one that I want to just. Oh, sorry. Shall I just carry on talking and then I'll come back to you? So we've got so on page 174, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth bullet point down. I just want to flag that one up. Phasing programme and working to protect local businesses and the amenity and well-being of residents. I just want to flag that up because we've talked about looking at context and we've talked about, I think that probably is going to just needs looking at in the round as part of that. I don't want to debate the wording. I think from what I've heard and read, definitely, I think there's no issue or sound suggestion that I'm suggesting to remove reference to those things. I think they should be amplified a little bit more.
Agreed. When you made that point, that was the development consideration I was imagining. Yeah. As I said, the points are dotted around. It's about sort of bringing it together and adding that context. So yeah, agreed with that.
Yeah. And then I think you've suggested in your main mods as well, you've got a duplicate point, haven't you? The last one duplicates the first. Is that right? The soils. Testing of soil contaminants. Is that right?
That's correct. We're proposing to delete the last one there, and because we already talk about soil testing somewhere else. You're right. The numbering of these would make these an awful lot easier to follow. Top of the page 174. Yeah. So it's a duplication. I think where these have been picked up and put in is just been reordering. So proposing to delete that and make sure the point of reference to contaminants is picked up in that first one and remove reference to PFASs, which at this point in time I can't remember what that stands for. So we could make that clearer to contaminants.
Well, I think I can support that in principle, subject to, again, I'll be looking at the detailed wording of it all when I see them in the round. Is there any more points on the development considerations that anyone wants to talk about? No? Is there anything else on this site that anyone wants to talk about that they've not had the opportunity to do so? No? So we're obviously going to need to keep close track on events around the inquiry. In the same way as I've asked for all other sites, the council's been producing me with update notes that have been added to the library that are just helpful to me. So if circumstances change significantly as you go forward, I'll ask you to alert me to it, because you might. I'm an independent inspector examining the plan, and I need you to inform me of things when developments occur. Okay, so I'd expect you to do that if there's a need for, if any developments emerge that sort of changes your understanding as to whether these constraints that you've identified are insurmountable. Yeah. I accept that you're saying they're not at the moment, but yeah. I can't do any more than that, and it's going to come down to timing, and that we're going to need to keep an eye on it as well, subject to the plan moving forward to look at main modifications. Okay. I think that's the end of my points that I wanted to get out. There's definitely nothing else that nobody wants to get out on this site, or I'll draw the session to a close. No? Okay. So on that basis, I'll conclude this afternoon's session, but the hearing session for matter 9 continues tomorrow, so I'm not closing the session. We'll be continuing with it tomorrow, so we're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning, and we're in the Mitchell room, not the big room, the Mitchell room. I thank everybody that's come and listened. I know the reasons why a lot of you are here, and I know, and I've read. I don't know your names, but I dare say that you've put representations in. I've read them. I'll be reading them again. That's all I can say really at the moment. And then, as I said, I've got to consider everything in the round. Okay. All right. So we'll adjourn until tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.